How low can I get to the ground before I have to get the eject off? And so eject the propulsion's on, so it kicks you up. Now, as long as you're not this way, you eject.
Right.
And so they can get within like 40, almost 90 degrees, really, you still eject. As long as you're pointing a little bit up.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. You do awesome. But anyhow, so we finished the story with the F-22. So we said, okay, well, we need to monitor the oxygen going into them, because now that we did that, we monitor the oxygen. And they also picked up the forward for being down, so to see what else. Yes, and this kind of stuff.
That's within the yard. Oh my goodness.
That's why you lose oxygen. That's why you put oxygen.
What was getting into
So it's blinding.
It was a defect getting into the system. But now we raise the question. And then finally, we solved this problem because we put, if you think about it, this, and actually, in the lab, I retired out of the lab 7 years ago. And we were saying this about 15, 20 years ago. My God, we monitor everything on that plane except for the pilot. Right?
Yeah.
So the most important and critical piece of information on high-powered planes, we don't monitor. So because pilots are equal, and so they finally, because of the F-22 instance, they finally broke that paradigm, and now for the first time they're allowed to put on pilots. And I think it's going to break the paradigm. Once the paradigm is broken, we'll start monitoring that. Scott's talking to, and Scott's looking at that neuroscience, which is when is it that space? When is it that they're getting the data? So you can see the exciting possibilities. If I'm sitting in one, here's what I hold a big screen up here. There's operators that are operating existing
I did.
I'm gonna let you go.
Thanks for stopping.
Yeah.
Think you're gonna go interview me, Dave?
Yeah.
Don't screw up. Don't screw up. It's a little squirrely. I think I'll have to see control to you. These on-air things are like hey, you have some rules to the way house works. So. I want you to join my app. I'll see control your monitor and you can screen share or whatever.
That's me.
All right. All right.
Don't move it. Stick on ECG.
I think we're going to use the gold cup cable. I mean,
That's what we need.
with ECG.
As long as you don't. I don't know. Or you on your own.
Or forearms, whatever. So 15-minute talk, and then 8-minute
Yes.
talk, as well as that, yes. And then we'll get whoever wants to.
Yep.
with hardware and stuff like that. It'd be fun. And we're followed right afterwards by Plotly. So maybe there'll be a way there. Get it on the Plotly in his workshop.
Wow. Challenge. Show this time.
Yeah, man.
This is the second one, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Second one.
It's live on the website too.
Yep.
Cool.
I really don't like the fact that you can't join until it started broadcasting. That just seems bizarre.
Yeah.
I have to select you. Yeah. Didn't want to start broadcasting whatever you've got until. Okay, so now you're presenting to everyone. And so what's in the room and what's on the website should be what you have.
On my screen.
Right. Well,
You have to share, I think you have to share. You go into your window. Yeah, and then
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then you choose, I usually do the entire screen, but you can do this one.
Yeah, I'll do this whole screen because I got some websites I want. Whoa!
Yeah, it's one of those weird hard to get. Cool, so you're up.
Thank you.
All right, so I have the DigitalOcean stuff set up. I'm going to start inviting people. Unfortunately, I don't have an expert. Amazon stuff. So I have to get invited, and nobody's answering. So I haven't got that set up. I did ping a couple folks to see if we could get someone else to me. So I don't know how yet. So.
Oh, so I'm on. I see. I'm on your computer. My computer's on your computer.
Yes, indeed.
I get it now.
Yes, indeed. Also, yeah. So we're going to have quite a bit of work to do, so I'm probably going to see if I can lower the city thing in this bad form so we don't have ridiculous on this barbecue.
yeah, that makes sense. You might want to call and see if they're cool with that.
Well, yeah, that's probably a good question.
Because if it's early enough, it shouldn't be a problem.
It shouldn't be a problem.
It's Saturday. They're going to go through stuff normally, as long as they haven't prepped up a lot.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it yours unless you want me to take it off.
No, I'm going to be doing this in about 20 minutes. Sure. So might as well just leave it up there.
Cool.
I'm not shy.
Okay. Didn't want to be broadcasting to the world your screen and you decide you want to go check your email.
I think I have another device for that.
Okay, cool. The EEG monitor or the ECG?
Check your email with your brain.
I don't want Google that close to my brain, I don't think.
It's funny. It's not as easy as you think. It's really not.
For what?
Oh, brain control stuff. And the kind of information, the kind of data that you're able to get is really limited. I mean, it's not what people imagine. It's not science fiction stuff. You know what I mean?
I watched the video. It's two students looking at their strobing different frequencies to holding on one given purpose. And it was very start stop everything.
Yeah. Well, usually, yeah, and he just threw that thing together in like a weekend or whatever. And he was also using FFT, so he had a 1 second delay in the responsivity of it. But with some more work, that could be like a real thing, you know. Well, if you're doing that, like I was talking with what's his name? No, not Bob, the fellow with the beard. Matt, and he was doing BCI stuff. He's been doing BCI stuff for a long time. He had a whole series of icons that were blinking at different rates, and with electrodes on his occipital cortex, what you do is you look at the blink rate, and it is mimicked in your occipital lobe. So he was able to turn on a lamp by looking at the lamp icon, because his brain would just sync with the blink, and then that would trigger a switch to go off somewhere. So for that kind of thing, you can entrain yourself with many frequencies. So you can have, but then there's the alpha wave is a particular wave that's around 8 to 12 hertz, 10 about. And then there's a mu wave, which is about 12 to 15 or so hertz. That happens in the motor cortex. It goes up from here to the top of your head. So when you're still, right, you're not doing anything, the mu will appear. Because when your body's, it's when you're not using that part of the brain, is when it just goes, okay, just like idling here, And when you start to use your body, or think about using your body, that's when it gets dissipated. So that's one of the BCI. You can also measure concentration and tension based on other aspects of what the EEG is. I am not an expert. But the other thing too is that there's a bunch of commercial units out there for sale right now. Motive's got something, Rose Tires. These are also black boxes. You don't know how they come up with their inevitable method. It's one of the spurring for us to do this is to say, okay, let's make it open source so we can cut the crap and see, okay, what do you really want? Let's go get what you really want. It's into, 10-piece idea of what you're frustrated. Yeah. No. Yeah. Workbook. Yeah, well, the one that's just the one on your forehead, I can't understand that. That's the neuroscope. I think it's getting a lot of eyeballs, a lot of because there's so much going on up here. You're wearing in dudes to move around. Yeah. The cicadas, the plates. Yeah. Right. Pretty useful. So in the data pile that you have for people to download, is there EEG in that as well, or is it just? Where are you? Oh wow. Okay. Cool.
That's 7 FP. Or
across the top there in the back. What is your? Where'd you put your reference? Okay. And you were driving that, and like with some common mode projection.
I'm not sure how
Awesome.
Okay.
We're using library.
That's what we got. We got 8 channels, whatever you want. Yeah.
How much is your?
How much is your thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I brought 10. Do a workshop at $10. Good Christ. Holy! This is $400. Yeah. Come on. Come on. It's got the unit, battery pack, for high speed. Here, the radio, which is an RF whether it's talking high speed or dongle, or you can switch it to BLE.
Really?
or tablets. The only thing that this bag doesn't come with is a shorter pen position cable with these type of plug-in plugs, and on the other end is the standard touch pen. Each kit comes with standard touch connectors.
So, 3 sets of things.
Exactly. That your standard electrodes are going to be.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Yeah. And that's what any legit place is. That's how they come.
So, right.
Yeah.
The old ones back then,
Wrong stick without the
you know, I get you can touch it.
That's why.
It doesn't let you up and
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing too is that like your brain can probably take it. Your head, if you have the stuff on your head, but not this one. You can't do that.
okay.
Yeah, totally. So that's one of the reasons why we made it wireless too. We have a version, this is our V3 hardware, our V2 hardware. No, our V3 hardware was a Arduino. We built isolation, 3.5 kilovolts isolation on the data bus, and then 2.5 on the power supply. But I didn't want to.
Connections today. Should introduce you to them.
Yeah, you should. That'd be great.
Talk to those guys. They're manufacturing a lot of the sensors. Make it flexible. It'll be business opportunity for you.
Like it.
Josh Hagen.
Josh Hagen. He's not here, is he?
Oh,
he's
no, it's not. That's not business.
Yeah, we're based out of New York. I'll be leaving tomorrow.
Oh, it's in New York.
Yeah.
Well, are you going back sometime in the future?
That's no plan.
This is the first time I've ever been to Ohio. No, that's
true. I drove through it on my way to New York.
I'm from New York.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I've been here a long time, so I'm a Buckeye.
Okay,
My kids are Buckeyes.
cool.
I live in Vegas.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm down in Brooklyn. I spend a lot of time on the street though with my dog and camping and hiking. So nice.
I used to work in Plattsburgh, but can't right now.
Oh, okay.
That's, that route you need to go through there, go Albany.
Nice.
What? I was up there when I looked at Olympics.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It started.
Yeah, it's nice up there. I like this. I can't.
Some people do like cities. I don't like cities myself. I like the country. I got a house out here. A Baker Island.
Nice.
Just, I grew up in. That's what you
I guess so. Yeah. Unless you just want to reject everything.
Then you move out of the city.
Nice talking to you. And I was going to say that we sell that separate item. The gold electrodes. And it comes with a little jar of case.
Yeah.
We got these ECI.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I got the attack report to break out the first thing.
The whole thing. That was one of the first things that we worked for. Was
We have 3 different sizes.
Yeah, we're gonna be first.
These people are so smart that my presentation is gonna. Oh yeah, I know that too.
What's that?
The people in this crowd are so smart that my presentation is maybe not talent for them. But it'll be fun.
I think it will be. The attendees are Matt's the one person to talk to when it comes to that. That's his day job.
Okay, cool.
There's a small contingent of Air Force folks, and some people who work in the lab. But for the most part, they're just normal software developers or engineers.
Okay, cool. How you doing, man?
Doing good?
Okay.
So you guys come to a lot of hackathons?
They hosted, as I say they, because it's really Joel and Connor, the third guy who's not here yet, and I help get started, and then I do all the tasks with their stuff, and I'm not actually officially part of them.
Oh, okay.
So I don't do any hackathons other than ones I show up at. This is the only one I've ever been to. And they held one back in November, almost a year ago, with version 1 version of this hardware, this is version 3. and then they'll go to Maker Faire. They're like, well, they're in New York, so they demonstrated at a big Maker Faire there, and I've done a couple small Maker Fairs around, tiny Maker Fairs around. But now we don't do any. This is a new thing. And I think this is the version of the hardware that we'll be demoing, both as part of the online and as part of the hands-on workshop is quite new. So I don't know how many hands it's been in. It's been in my hands. I've been playing with it, but I don't know how many other people's hands it's been in. So this should be fun. Cool. We're just about to do all their development on their Kickstarter. They did a Kickstarter back in January, and this is the hardware that resulted from the Kickstarter.
Oh, yeah.
And they do, though, a lot of talks, and there was like a Euro Gaming conference in San Francisco early in the summer. And they went to that. There's other events kind of like that in New York. We went to similar sort of thing like that in Helsinki. They go to Helsinki. Cool. You guys go for it. And we our first conference was at the Open Hardware conference that usually it's in Boston every year in September. So I went to that, and Joel went again this year. But it wasn't Boston anymore, it was in Rome. That's how it changed. He asked if we do any hackathons.
Oh.
And I said, well, I don't do any hackathons, and Joel's done one.
Yeah, it was a day. It was a 2 day. It wasn't a 24-hour.
Yeah, that's what I hear about this one. Round the clock. Very impressive.
See how impressive I think it is, though, when
Yeah.
24 hours in. It's,
So do you have these here a lot?
this is the first airport one.
Oh.
Dave and I, Dave Caraway and I run Code for Dayton. It's the fourth hackathon this year we put on. First one at the airport, first one sort of in this format. So usually it's a single day events, or I do start weekend events. So those are like weekend long, but you're supposed to go home every day. We don't want you in the building overnight. So this is different for us.
Go home, shower.
There's is there a hackerspace in Dayton too?
There's a couple maker spaces that are sort of getting built up. We actually, one of the marketing agencies in the area, the owner of that just created a cafe / maker space. So he has a coffee shop there, but he also has
Milling machines.
well, he had a whole wall of 3D printers and places for proto bar. Yeah, thank you.
Proto bar, I like that.
But so we got a couple. I don't know. I think they're mostly really young. They don't have any like an established space.
What is it gated by?
They has a group that's putting together one. I haven't been over there.
I don't even know how they exist.
That's nice rank.
It existed for a few years.
Yeah.
I was sure if you know what that is.
Over there.
Do you want to?
Maybe they're one of the little blocks back at the unmarked, but
No, it's continuous. We're used.
We will.
Well, we could just like dance. I would like announce that we were starting.
My neck can't do that. I got a sore neck.
Well, that's what happens when we go out clubbing last night.
Experiencing the Dayton club scene. That's phenomenal.
Just go to UD.
seriously.
Don't do it, Brian Navy.
So there are no hyperspaces. I live up in Vermont, and there are none where I live, unless you count my living room, which is completely filled with stuff all the time. So, but the public usually doesn't show up in my living room. It might be more fun if it did. But.
The locals.
It's called Winter Dude. In a garage.
You don't eat there.
It's an attached garage. No.
It's in that part of
Okay. Well, I announced on Slack. I'll go off and see if anyone else wants to comment. Don't get started a little bit late.
Those are the Dayton guys. Or the guys who are mounting the press games.
Yeah.
PCI.
How's your hack going?
Done pretty well.
You guys digging it?
Yeah.
Are you guys in the roller guys?
Yeah.
Be careful.
I think our team is gonna be a bonus fun.
Oh, you're on that team too? All right. Yeah, so you're-
Yeah, just throw it. Just throw it.
Pretty straight your hand. That's pretty hot.
That's gonna be pretty bad.
Are we done with handed?
We're talking about midgets getting small.
Yeah.
Intense.
Okay. I love this standalone whiteboard in a room filled with whiteboards.
It's actually on the website. It's not up on the website, and it's stream
Yes.
from now on. We were debating if we could just sit in our room and watch you meet into social.
Probably could.
We
Although
figured you should come over.
it's, I think it's picking up the audio.
Oh no, our bad jokes are gonna be
Yeah.
cut.
Okay, well, first talk, thanks. A couple of the day pass people here. Welcome. Yes, hi. We're going to be getting started. People still be filtering in. We're going to have a 15-minute talk or so from OpenBCI, Open Brain Computer Interface, really cool stuff. It's really neat to see brain computer hardware interface more than fun. That's ridiculous. But here we got Joel and Chip to talk about OpenBCI. So go ahead and let you guys take it away.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having us. Happy to be here. So yeah, I am. I'm Joel Murphy, and my partner Connor Connor is going to be coming in later this afternoon. He's flying in at Rodney for 3 or so. So he'll be around to hack with you guys as well as I will. And so I guess we should start and go for this. So what is BCI? Well, BCI stands for Brain-Computer Interface. In this case, we're taking electrical signals that are made by your brain and using that information of those signals, whatever they are, there may be waves of certain frequencies, or they're individual movements of the wave that are going to give us information about what your brain is doing, what state it's in, and we're going to use that to maybe control a computer or a little robot. Or a race car, or a game controller, or a paintbrush, or almost anything. Almost anything. So, what are the types of data acquisition you can do? Well, there's more invasive and less invasive. So the more invasive is actual electrodes that are put on the surface of your actual brain. So they cut a hole in your head, and they expose the brain, and they put some electrodes on there, and they put the piece back, and they say, good, you're done. But this is ECOG. They can also plant electrodes deep inside the brain tissue that's really invasive and tends to damage brain tissue if left in for a long period of time. ECOG is used primarily for people who have no other choice if you're a quadriplegic or something like this. Although I have a feeling it's going to become a little popular with youth. And fMRI, which is not necessarily invasive, but you do have to put your body into something. You're limited when you can actually do when you're doing an fMRI test. And then when you're measuring the signals from outside of the brain using EEG, which is what we're doing, you have another variation of intensity. So very practical, very useful if you want to have 256 electrodes all over your head, because then you get a lot of spatial location where it's coming from. It's just better, but it's also obviously not something that you can wear around. When you get into the space where you have a thing that you can wear around all the time, now we're in the commercial EEG space, this is starting to open up. But the unfortunate thing about the commercial EEG is that they're all black box. You don't know how they come up with their metric. Are you concentrating? Are you meditating? No one, they don't release their algorithms. So we're here as OpenBCI to say, hey, we're open source. We're open source hardware, open source software, so you can know all the way down to the metal what's happening and take control of the data as derived.
Sorry, are you sending out the raw data?
We're sending out the raw data, exactly. Let's see, what's next? So get into the hardware in a little bit, but yeah, sending out the raw data. You could also on the hardware, send out data or
Because people like me, engineers want to.
engineers want the raw data. Yeah, we'll give you raw data. Give you all the So, various signals apply to EEG of various frequencies and amplitudes. Mostly the signal frequencies that are useful are under 60 hertz. And correct me if I'm wrong about that, but that's the
That's a very true statement. And, I think
Oh, thank you.
Even lower, I would say.
Yeah, the below 1 hertz thing gets pretty interesting.
And they're really that hard to interpret that. And those mid bands,
Yeah.
the alpha beta stuff is pretty high.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're reporting signals at very low frequency, how can you control things that happen in that? So you want to use it to control.
Right. Well, that would be you're looking at signals that are happening at very low frequencies. Then obviously you wouldn't be controlling anything very fast. You'd be doing something else would be happening. You may be recording the data to look at it later, or you may be doing something that's already slow, a sleep study or a meditation study or something like that.
The state-of-the-art for brain-computer interfaces is also surprisingly lagging. So, like one example of brain-computer interface is a brain-computer speller. It's a type if you can't do anything. And the state-of-the-art there is a couple of characters per minute.
Okay.
So things are, one does tend to have to adjust one's expectations for how quickly one. Somebody wanted me to control a quadcopter, and I have one with me. Maybe we'll hack one this afternoon. But the speed necessary to keep that quadcopter control makes me really nervous. As opposed to, we're also going to show you controlling a little robot, and if the robot hangs out and does nothing for a few seconds, that's okay. The robot's going to crash into the ground or get cut off.
Is there a way forward to do things fast?
I think there's, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of this though comes with training. It's not, you don't just learn to ride a bicycle right away and can go into Tour de France. There's a lot of training. You conform to the bicycle as much as the bicycle is built to conform to you.
Yeah.
And there's, I think as BCI becomes more prevalent and people outside the research community, people like us, start working on it and come up with applications that suit its capabilities, then that will drive more people into it, and it will drive innovation and new ideas and more practice. It's been such a narrow field for decades that because the hardware is so expensive. Until Joe manages your hardware.
You're welcome. And then also, you're going to have two things with signal. You're signaling your machine learning algorithm, like you're saying. You're training the computer, the computer's training with you can meet at this point where now it's more responsive, and you actually do things with it. So there's a couple of videos that I want to show you of doing. I've never seen one. I'm into the video a little bit. This is a very invasive procedure that this woman underwent. She's You don't really need the sound. She has a plant in her head, which you can see when you see her image. And there's one overhead. And she's controlling that robot arm to take a drink out of her vodka. This is something that has been doing for 15 years since she had a stroke. So they implanted electrodes, like a little stamp-sized array of electrodes on her brain surface, and she trained with the computer to essentially, they put it over her motor cortex so she can think about moving her arm, actually think about moving her arm, and it moves the robot arm. So there's some basic BCI for you. And it's really satisfying. See that? And then, oops, wrong way. Escape that. Now I'll show you some of you may have seen this already, but this is Chip Audette in his kitchen, controlling a robot with his brain. And in this case, what Chip is doing, you can describe these have two sides of the computer flashing its frequencies. Looking at one side is going to be turning the robot in one direction. The other side is going to turn the other side. What happens is when you look at a flashing light, your occipital will start to oscillate in sync with that frequency that's happening. Okay. You want to add anything to that?
Just so you see the computer linking, but because of the way the video is streaming right now, it's actually linking really fast. So the left side of the screen is flowing like 6 hertz, and the right side is flowing like 8 hertz. And this is not a mind tracker. It really is picking up brain wave instead of retraining by looking at these blinking lights. And I think it is really interesting about this is those two blinking lights are quite close to each other, and it really is one that I'm paying attention to. That is going to be trained in my head. So there's conscious control there. It's not just when I looking at me, I need to pay attention to what signal that show up. And so I can connect the robot like inside, I did it, and I close my eyes and get a third connect signal, and that causes the robot to move forward. Closing your eyes is the story that I like to give. Like closing your eyes is really the work that I kind of want to do. But neurons won't light it on fire. And so what happens is they have a no complex world simulation feeding them and telling them that fire in a complex way. And they're just being trained with themselves, and they oscillate their maximum frequency, which is one way of describing what the so-called waves are. And so closing your eyes is a huge area that's dedicated to visual processing, and nothing to do, and it just gets this gigantic area and her signal. And that's really easy to pick up and use for controlling the robot. If you guys stick around for the hands-on workshop at the end of this, you can use your own waves. That might be part of what you can get to.
And there's walking across the table to attack him.
These guys aren't supposed to get him.
That's the trouble about controlling things with alpha. Too funny. Let's see where am I doing? Okay, EG. There, we saw that video. So the catch, what's the catch, right? The catch is, this is Connor's presentation, but let's give this talk because he gets to this point, he's so proud of this. His formula. Functionality is one of reusability, okay? And in the way this works is, as I showed you before, this is super functional, but it's not very useful. So we're approaching a time when the functionality and usability, the practicality curve has to meet. We have to bend it together. And we can bend it together and make it actually meet. And that's part of what OpenBCI is trying to do, is crowdsource not only neuroscience and brain research, but the very object itself. BCI, what is it? How can we make it better? How can we make it more responsive? How can we make it easier to do? But there are lots of challenges. And this slide is purposely quality text. It's explaining all the challenges that we have to face when we're dealing with this problem. It's not an easy problem. They're everywhere from design and style to hardware. Well, question? No? Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Before we get into deep, I have this naive interpretation of how BCI is analogous to typical machines and computers, and I was wondering if you could clarify it a bit. Is BCI equivalent of basically listening to frequencies on the back of somebody's like desktop tower? And if so, does that kind of mask some of the complexity and really the actual functionality of what's happening in the brain?
Yeah,
Like
a
our
little bit.
research is mapping whatever is happening, however complex it is, to whatever resonance frequency we get off of that.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's sort of what's happening. Because inside your brain, the little signals that are happening at the same time, you can't measure them without going in there and actually isolating neurons and see if it's firing or not. So, sort of analogous to all in motion, all the waves are happening all the time, but we're only seeing a wave that's thick as short. Your scalp is about a quarter inch thick, and all the other stuff in your hair and all these things get in the way. So we're seeing a sort of an emergent wave. The sum of what's happening inside the brain. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And there we are. That's our goal. We're trying to hit that point. And what we want to be, we are an open source hardware company. We're earlier this year, and it's about $200,000. So this tech that you're going to see today and hopefully play with is brand new. We haven't even delivered this to our Kickstarter backers yet. This is a production run. We just got it. These are the first flashed units that we have. You guys are going to be testing this for the first time, so you're welcome. And you know, our goal is to sort of be the Lego building block, if you will, of brain computer interface. Just like Arduino is now a building block of hardware in general, right? What do I have here? This is an image of our version 2 hardware. We built the shield for Arduino, which you guys plug in. I built isolation into the board to protect the user, but we didn't want to sell it as something you could potentially plug in the wall with. So that's why we made it with a Bluetooth wireless connection, so Bluetooth dongle connection. All of our parts are open source hardware. We are using we're using two different boards. We have Arduino-based board, chip-based board. Basic chip is a 32-bit microcontroller, 50 megahertz clock, so it's software memory. And our core data management chip is probably about 3 years old, from TI, 8-channel, low noise, high gain, EEG system on chip. And I want to get done with this soon because I want to get to the workshop part, but our measured signals to noise ratio is as good as the data sheet tells us it should be, so we're right in the ballpark. We are measuring EEG. It's not a farce. This is some study that Chip did a while ago on our version 2 board for long-term noise measurement. Did you?
We've had many interested parties emailing us for a long time. And by interested, I mean enthusiastic. And by enthusiastic, I mean hard to understand why they're so enthusiastic. They don't have the board. I mean, I have a board, so I'm enthusiastic. I make robots move, but he doesn't have a board. But he's been working with us for like a year and a half now. He is really interested in low frequency reading and EEG. I tend to focus in my work in this sort of 1 to 20 hertz kind of region, just like he spoke about. There's all sorts of interesting stuff that happens there, like the alpha waves. But there's also lots of stuff that happens below 1 hertz. I don't know much about it, but this particular gentleman is really into both neurofeedback, training is fine. He thinks it's attached to other sorts of Earth energy things that I don't fully understand all the technology for. But what I do understand is he asked me a direct question, what's the low frequency noise? And I said, that is something I can answer for you, sir. I mean, so way down. And it's, again, confirming. It's always nice when you use a part that is very highly spec. You put it in the design of yours, and it performs the way the sheet said. Because that's validation whole TI didn't lie, and you'll make some good hardware. So it was very satisfying to see that noise match.
Yeah.
So in the lab that I'm in, they have one of the more expensive machines, and I know the biggest problem with the expensive machine is they have to amplify the signals. They're so small. How does that handle your application?
This chip that TI makes has EF24 on all the inputs. Has a 24-bit analog result from the ADC. And it's got a Delta Sigma, it's a Delta Sigma ADC with a, what is it, a digital destination filter after that.
It's a standard signal. So historically, the gain was always the hard part about any computer system because you're trying to stay on a piece of paper or an early computer. And so you really had to game it up in order for the 10-bit or even 12-bit ADCs that were available at the time. Ever since 5 years ago when 24-bit ADC became 6 cents, the game has kind of gone away as being a hard thing for it. So we just need to get it up a little, and this IC that we have that's built in more XP, and then you handle the rest just so there'd be incredible bit depth, incredible low noise ability, highly oversample 24-bit computers.
And then also really, really low noise, really, really high impedance on the inputs. I think we're at a mega ohm impedance on the input.
I think it's actually a lot higher than that.
Oh, a gig?
I don't think it's quite that high, but yeah.
High impedance. And here's an example of an early version of our graphical user interface showing brainwaves. So on the right is time domain graph. You can see an eye blink at about 4 seconds ago. This is now 0. That's the eye blink of closing the eyes, and then you can see the alpha showing up here on these 4 back channels. The red shows the intensity level. And here is the shot. This is the alpha wave at 10 hertz. They're peaking up above the noise of everything else. That's what our GUI used to look like. It's newer now. We have a new version of it. How many of you ever worked in processing? Processing? There's a couple of you? Okay. Because you have a flash drive, or rather an SD card. So if you want to participate in a workshop and see your brainwaves, you just have to put the processing on your computer and then download our sketch from GitHub, and then you're good to go. And do we have anything else in this? This is our evolution. Our version 1 and version 2 hardware was supported by an SBIR grant from DARPA lab 2 years ago. That's how Chip and I met. And then turned that into this version 3 after we did Kickstarter. And we also have an option for a daisy chain module, so you can get not just 8 channels, which is the basic board, but 16 channels, or if you want to do a high channel count, work with a high channel count. And demonstration time. Great. So is anyone interested in seeing the brainwaves today? Yes, so some people are interested in the brainwaves. Or in the brainwaves, right? Okay, well, let's see. I have 10. So the process is a little sticky. The process is a little sticky. I have 10 setups. There are different channels so our Bluetooth doesn't crash. And I have gold cup electrodes and this 1020 case, which is the sticky part, that holds to your head and makes electrical connection. So I guess if you want to participate, come on up, bring your laptop, and we'll get processing loaded on it so that you can run the software.
So this is part of the big schedule where there are 15-minute talks, which is and then like a 45-minute hands-on workshop kind of thing, and that's what we're now launching into.
Yeah.
So you're welcome to go, you're welcome to stay.
Come on up, see your brainwaves. All right, we brought batteries. You have processing?
I do not.
Okay, we're going to get that going. Please remember to keep it all together because the download and word are on a channel. And you don't need to know what channel it is. Just have to so that means they know great. That's great. You need that.
Part of it I this is the newer one that's
That's what's coming.
Getting some air, giving track on that. Yeah. Go go to the brainwaves, but I'll have them here.
So that's
I get that.
Dice is lightweight.
Interesting.
Now the only thing that is open part, just because of the work with military, there's so many. There's
my computer, so we could actually are you downloading process? Okay, we can actually do it on the big screen. Haven't heard of that. Brain fingers. That's crazy.
I don't know if this looks more in the form, but it had like it used similar technology. It's still the same, but similar. It was kind of interesting actually, and I used it like brain on the screen. Yeah. All right. I mean, I don't know how.
What's that? Power. Oh, I see. Fingers.
Oh yeah. We've had still original.
Yeah.
If you put our
You want to bring me?
sure.
Oh, and you're gonna get doing your hair. Okay. Grab a chair. Grab a chair. Come on over.
You know exactly where everything is. You want to talk a little bit about keep it loud?
Yeah.
You just have to.
Yeah, there's
So, will it just be mapping brainwaves, or do you have anything you can use?
Idea is that we will. Yeah, just double checking. Checklist stuff, you know. So we have a round. People will just how you can. We have a brown reference. Brown. There's a inverted common mode. Nice. And then the reference is going to be the other side of the. So those are going to go in, and you want to peel them apart a little bit. Brown is going to go onto mastoid. You know where that is?
Brown is going to go on your mass storage.
Unfortunately, even though I do have a degree in psychology, I can never remember the parts of like.
Mass storage is the little bone behind your ear. If you go back there, it's the hardest part. The idea is that you want to no guarantee that it plugs in correctly. Fine.
So these processing
You want to just screw it out. So let's see. Put one on your mouth. And we're going to
I guess I can.
yeah. And I think the best thing to do is to go for your over alpha and put chew on the back of your head. So this one will go on your I'll get the sheet for processing. This is normal processing. I'm the person who's it can do Of course, when you close your eyes, you'll be able to see. Oh, yeah.
Really possible.
Yeah, there's.
Maybe this details. And it should be under like pretty different colors.
Don't drive.
Sorry, one more bit.
Just no, exactly.
So you're and that's all. And
I haven't been reading what we're doing. Yeah, I don't know if you're ever
okay, so meet John. And nothing. Noise.
I think it's
Process plus
Maybe it's possible, but it's not.
It's possible.
You want to move it over?
No, that's fine. This is the problem with live demos. It's gonna press on your head.
That's fine.
Well, let's see if we can get
Oh.
You are filled with
Try somebody else.
No, you have a brain. You know it's in there.
Instead of reading and writing right now,
Obviously, I can just work on
You are. You're just a robot. Damn. It seems to move around.
So, you would have expected noise from moving around?
Yeah, if I did this.
So, you think it might be unrelated to...
I think it might be maybe I have to do with my
So, do you have... Sync them at all?
channel. Maybe my batteries. Possibility. This is not.
Your batteries are dying. If you switch out one with someone else, you'll know that, right?
Yeah, well, I'm getting data. That's the data. This is so beta right now. Software is being worked on.
Yes, you have to do that downloading it. There's only 2 megabytes. I know that.
Okay, turn this one off, please. And not shut it off.
That's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's quite alright. It's not your fault. Old version of this thing. It might make a comeback. Why you have This is old. This is so old that I have to put in the name of the. That looks legit. It sounds like you're getting very much over there. Damn it. Let's try this one more time. It's so embarrassing. Sorry you beat your hair up.
It's alright.
I broke it. That didn't do anything. In my case, it's never the end of it. So I have a feeling it's not you or me.
I mean, do you have other batteries?
I do.
I mean, I know you're getting reception.
I'm getting the data.
The other one was obviously a failure with software.
Yeah, but it's strange because I'm not able to turn it off. Turning off all Okay. So now, you finally found out your brain isn't there. Close your eyes. Close your eyes and relax. You should see a rise, like you see a little bit of you can open your eyes. There it is.
Seeing if it was like calm or something that could change.
Well, there's a number of things that coffee. So let's we're in, our noise is down, one, your peak of an alpha is going to come up maybe 12 microphones. So, super tiny stuff. But you can also measure ECG and EEG. Try that.
Look at that.
Yeah, why not? So, which side is the reference? reference is orange. So, orange stuff. Oh, sorry, this one right here. Now, well, this is another one. See something that's like on our way. So if I change the scale on
not really helpful. And I like this stuff. So,
and then put a little bit here. Probably because it's happening everywhere, but probably the pink one is actually not bad. So if you close your eyes, see a little bit of the time. Alright, let's go to this side. And
no.
that goes reference
so the other there.
Pretty crazy looking.
There's a ball man over there, just probably getting great range. Nope, rain went away.
There's definitely a lot more information that we gathered from this than just the brain fingers thing, I'd say.
Yeah.
What about the circle and then the shape of red?
Oh, that was like
Okay, it's on the, okay.
So, when it's on,
Now you're trying to replace me.
so from here,
Okay.
so it's on,
Looking like a bunch of data from stuff or
yeah, we do. We have some data. We haven't just stored a whole lot of it because we generate a lot. We don't need sitting on all that stuff. But this program does generate a file.
okay.
We were to get this heart rate. What you end up doing
Exactly.
how that we're all day out there. You want to go for it? I'm there for get our I was reading yeah, I'm here.
Whoa, that was the greatest thing. You're not.
That's right, taking that away. All your,
Yeah, if you are available.
I'm gonna start running this.
Okay, that's awesome.
but I do like.
Okay.
Okay.
Start out.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're bringing cool stuff, man. I'm just actually.
Wherever this,
Yeah. So how do you get sponsored for this stuff? Like, you're using Kickstarter. Sponsors before you.
Oh, I was, I did the Kickstarter. This year, DCI project was and they said, we'll give you a so that
this is actually very relevant.
Secretary of the Air Force coming down.
and he fought, and he got into
These guys, we
one
dropped
subcontract.
So,
Come back to
Some version of it.
and this time,
And
started
then
one of your
part of the goal was
He
to
survived
one
So
user.
then I was able to take that work that I did
after
and
14
make a
hours.
new version and essentially give it to
Relieved by a team.
Are you Oh,
that background is in arts.
Guys.
Oh, really?
Killed 6
Sculpture and
He survived. His shoulder was blown off.
Hey, so you basically, like, when he's getting his
I'm self-taught. I'm an architect.
Secretary of the Air Force.
And so and also I started teaching
Yeah.
This happened again.
at Parsons.
Why are we not
Design.
fixing New York? And the
And
secretary
that's how I
stopped
learned
his
it.
tracks.
I had to teach it. And then I went from students and then.
So he said,
Hire yourself.
created a national team. He got all the way.
Yeah, exactly.
And I actually did
Where you
research
guys
on
from?
another bud.
So he brings
Yeah.
Really?
Nielsen,
That's like.
and he says, you're gonna help me.
Cool.
So
Is one you need to
Oh, very nice.
Basically, any of the AP classes, like in the college.
Hey, he's already got this.
So that's the kind
So
of
what do you
garbage
guys-
You got it?
that you're going to
Yeah.
that is
We're working on it. Okay?
That's
Who's the other guy?
You know, and I'll be able to switch Joe to you.
Yeah.
Well,
People can blame a lot more.
The new acquisition.
Whoa! Really nice.
I was waiting.
Let's just do,
You shouldn't do the entire screen, you just switch windows so you don't have
great. Can I close this? I can close this.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll keep it open for now. May as well.
Here.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah. That's loud.
Probably here, back. They're simulcast into the room next door. The audio's out.
Okay. Another.
That's what, somebody makes. An engineer.
Yeah.
There was no.
And then normally, those like
Yeah.
So you want to ask the daughter?
Just not that long. Okay.
We didn't.
Everything's right here. Everything could be right here. You get this somebody I missed it. And you guys are going to be around on that side. Okay. So feel free to go up the top and stick it in your brain. Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
Oh, they'll be there, you can use it. Okay. So you have
So just waiting in 5 minutes, that's cool.
Yeah.
Do that.
It's pretty nice. So you have that's one reason that one person so if you have not yeah. Yeah. But no, usually makes it stop here. The other way to see it is just yeah. I mean, yes. Oh yeah. Which is a walk around.
Okay, so the window needs to work. So you're looking for something that's like 1 million times smaller than that. Yeah, it works. It's down there, a long way. Okay. And does your computer have integrated, filter and so forth? It's a means of, yeah. It's hard design. Yeah. No, yeah. 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 But for Sigma Delta, it's almost everything. It's actually okay. Okay. So the only thing is the gateway on an integration. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we
Do you know anyone on your team that went to Florida recently?
Yeah.
That wasn't you though.
Wasn't me.
Okay. I recently talked to the guy that's in Spain last week. Yes, Lewis?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is like a remedy. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and he was in Spain. He did wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good to go? Cool. We're going to go ahead and start with the second talk. This is Alex from Plotly, and very cool visualizations around sensor data.
Yeah.
No.
Right on. Cool. Well, first off, thanks for having me here. It's my first time in Dayton, first time in Ohio. It's really a welcoming feeling, so.
Welcome.
Hey, thanks. So we'll get right to it. I'd like to talk about maybe 15 minutes. I'll just give you a brief overview, and then you can ask more specific questions if you see a use case, or maybe just have a question. So the company I work for is called Plotly. We're based out of Montreal and San Francisco. Main engineering team is in Montreal. We were founded about a year ago, and one of our main MOs, if not our main MO, is to make data visualization delightful. So just really make it easy for people to create graphs, but people can already create graphs pretty easily, so that problem is not really all that critical. But collaboration was a huge issue for a lot of people who do data visualization, statistics analysis, research, things like that. So we built this tool with the idea of making everything collaborative. So just a quick tour of what the tool actually is. Everyone can see this all right? It's a little grainy, but I think we're all right. So if any of you guys are familiar with Excel, you'll recognize this kind of interface. So if your boss doesn't know how to program, wants to make a graph, it's pretty easy. You go in and create it. No programming involved. You can go around and cruise through the traces, choose the style. And it's all fairly simple web interface. So that's nothing new. People have been, there's plenty of graphing libraries out there. So the cool thing starts happening when we start collaborating. So let's call this. So for every Plotly graph, you get a unique URL, which links to a shared version of that graph that you make publicly available. So if I'm not mistaken, when I was listening to the introduction about all the challenges, one of the things was that you needed everybody in the room to be able to see live updates of your data. It would be kind of annoying if you're exporting like a PNG and emailing everyone. Everyone checks the email, something changes, they have to check it again. So with this URL, you can go right here and see the graph in real time how it would look to everybody. Another cool thing, you can always see the underlying data that was used to create the graph, as well as code if it was created programmatically or even not. We turn it into this declarative syntax. So anyone, just in JSON, so let's have this up in anything. If you want static image exported, all you have to do is put a PNG at the end of your URL, and it's right there, and you can just export it. You want to put it into an iframe, you can just embed it. So this here is an interactive version. So instead of just being a static graph, you have hover points and draggability, zoomability, and things like that. So that's pretty neat. Where it really stands out is, who makes graphs here? I guess we all kind of have to for the challenges. Has anyone used Matplotlib or MATLAB and all that fun stuff for ggplot? So let's say I make a graph in Matplotlib, and someone uses MATLAB, and they want to get that same data. They can just put that into the URL, and here's your MATLAB code that would generate the same plot. So that makes it very easy for someone who is making graphs automatically using a particular platform to push some data up, and then someone else on the team can pull it down whichever platform they're comfortable in. So that's a quick overview of kind of our static features. So this is, these graphs, you kind of create them once, and then, that's it, you want to update them there, but they don't change. So what might be interesting to you guys is one aspect stuff that we've implemented. So I have this workshop basically outlines basic downloads with Arduino using an Arduino sensor and things like that. So I'm actually going to plug in quick. Right now, no sensors. No sensors. So here we have an example of a script that you write to graphs and things in real time. So I'm using Johnny 5 as a serial interface to connect the computer Arduino and actually have Arduino code, which can be a little bit frustrating sometimes. But just for quick hacks, it's actually fantastic. So here we're just initializing a graph, telling it max point we want per trace. So I'm going to make 2 traces. Max points of 500 each. I assign stream tokens so that the server knows, okay, I'm sending this data along this trace, on that trace. So this is just an empty graph. You can see that the arrays of data are empty, X and Y. We're saying overwrites, we want a new graph every time we run this. And now when the board gets a ready event, it's just going to initialize 2 sensors. In this case, it's air quality sensors, so we just tell it what you pin, standard Arduino stuff. And then we brought it to Plotly. So then we create some streams. And if anyone is familiar with what's going on here, I'll show you the Python example after. The syntax is simple as well. And just for every data example after this event, we're going to create a date string, grab the value from the sensor, and write it as a 1-line JSON over the Plotly server. So if we try running it, so it's just connecting to the board now. And we get an all streams go message with one of those unique Plotly URLs. So we'll just cruise over that. And there's our graph moving in real time. It's just noise. I don't know if I can. There we go. So this can be any sensor data. It could be coming from, you could be scraping, I don't know, Bitcoin or market prices. It could be sensor data, anything that's generated along like a time series, or even on the time series if you want to do something unique. We hooked up 2 potentiometers and we're trying to etch a sketch. So you just go up and down. But I mean, all it's doing is just taking variables and plotting them. So you get to choose like categories or time series. So if you want to even have like a real-time polling device, where someone asks a question, adds to the or to the category. So this here is essentially our streaming API, and you saw it's not that difficult to do. All we're doing is just pushing one line of data at a time. So the timestamp and then a value. And we just write that to JSON, pass it to the server, and it handles everything from there. Max amount of points that we've been able to get on a line graph is about 1 million, and then in the browser it just kind of loses its mind. So that's not really a limit as far as like the server. I think the server can do more. It's just, you know, browsers at this point can only display so many SVG elements. And you can make posts every 50 milliseconds. So it's really, really quick. And for the most part, I mean, even a sine wave shows up pretty quickly. So yeah, all of this, we have we've built a bunch of libraries, cover pretty much everyone's needs. So if you're familiar with Python, MATLAB, R, Node, Julia, you like Excel, or a more particular library like Matplotlib or ggplot2, we've written wrappers for those so you can actually continue working in Matplotlib how you normally would. So if anyone's familiar with Matplotlib, you recognize all this. And the only difference is UI.Matplotlib with the figure that was output. And now instead of a Matplotlib graph, it's an interactive one. You can cruise around on, again, we have that magic URL that if we want to do anything with it, and it's like, well, this was made in Matplotlib, I want to see some MATLAB, there's all your raw data. And it's, you know, declarative syntax, so very easy to run through. Yeah. Yeah. So this is actually live online, living in this URL here. I mean, you can take that, and if the person hasn't you a collaborator, you can go ahead and work and edit it, and then make your own version of it if you like. Yeah, so we make it easy as well to create a graph. You just do .iframe on the URL, and then you yeah, but the embed actually brings up the live one. Hold on. But anyways, you just put this in an iframe. You can embed it into the blog, and then you don't get like the Plotly stuff around it. You can just keep it to your aesthetic. Yeah.
That's a live graph.
Yeah, exactly. So like, let's take our streaming one. Where's that one? So we take a stream graph and embed it. It's the same thing, it's live. Get some noise in there. Anyways, you can tell it's live all the time. But yeah, so it'll always be most up to date. If it's not a streaming graph, it's also nice because if you make a change to the graph, you don't have to go back there and change the static image thing. URL is URL, so if you change it directly on there, you're good to go. So yeah, we have a lot of tutorials as well. For example, if you're looking at the Python streaming API, this is walk through almost kind of a text version of how you're going to first streaming stuff. But it's really quite easy. I'll show you a Python example because maybe you guys aren't with JavaScript, which I totally understand. So something like this here, where you declare your trace again with empty arrays as data values. You put your stream in to tell you which trace you want to go to, maximum amount of points, maybe some stylings as well. And then down here, we're just writing you open the screen, and you write to it. So syntax is very easy. Our whole goal is that people are currently using tools that are fantastic. In Matplotlib, you can't really need to go out and destroy Matplotlib or MATLAB, ggplot. These are all fantastic tools for different applications. Our goal is to be able to let people work together on hardware or software platforms together. You can stay in your platform, be really comfortable, create something awesome, and then someone else can collaborate with you without having to learn JavaScript or something like that. So yeah, pretty much sums up what we're going for. And as far as if you guys have use cases, I think some of the challenges are perfect for this. You visualize all the data, and everyone in the same room to pull up the same URL, and they'll all see that in real time as it streams. So if you have any questions about that or anything, I'll open it up for questions.
So that Arduino, like something that has like, and if you download the data later,
yeah. So when you stop streaming the graph, like if I were to pull this out, you pull out streaming graph, you stop it, and the chart becomes a static graph. And then if you plug it in, you have options. When you create a graph, you can overwrite, append, or extend. So if you overwrite, it'll wipe out when you start from zero. If you extend, that's good for like, let's say there's a power outage. So for an hour it's off, and then it automatically turns back on. When your power comes back, it'll just resume with gap and date the power loss.
Can you download Valiant?
Yeah, absolutely. You can always go into the URL and look at the data. So no matter where the graph was made, you can always just pull up the data tab here. For streaming, it's 50 milliseconds, but you can pummel our server faster than that. We will just slow it down and throttle you 50 milliseconds. So if you have more data than that, and that's something that like we implemented just as a baseline for now. But if people want to do faster, we're not totally set on that as a time frame, but 50 milliseconds right now is pretty responsive, and yeah.
And is that 50 milliseconds? That's like, say, for my Arduino, pushing to your server, that's just that time?
It would be in between points. So your Arduino just tells us its own time of when it started. So it starts at 0, and then on and on. So if you're sending every millisecond, that's fine. But then, on the second, third, up to 49 milliseconds, that's too fast. On 51 will accept it. So just kind of blocks and then allows them in.
And then from there, you can push it back out.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyone can have essentially there's just the web page. Well, the web page is drawing itself on the underlying data. So the server, it's WebSockets. It's a WebSocket connection. It sees there's new data and it just calls plotly.plot again, plotting library, regenerates its graph. Yep.
And it's possible to use DSP.
What particularly about DSP? Like, yeah, I mean, like we want to leave all the data wrangling up to whoever's dealing with the data. So we let you do whatever you want with the raw data, and we just accept it and plot it. So we don't do any analytics. We don't change your data anyway. But you could, yeah, absolutely. You could do whatever you want. I mean, the script is in your control. The last point is really just sending that data to Plotly. So you keep your normal workflow right to the end.
If I was to much fancy math like that, would Plotly store that or the raw data?
The raw data, yeah. We have, so in the web app, we have some tools for, there are some analysis tools, kind of like Excel, where you can make fits and things like that. But the underlying application does not change any data. I mean, adding a fit is just creating another trace anyway. So it's a formula. But yeah, it's pure raw data. And then when you pull the data as well, we won't see any math. We'll see the computed data. So you kind of have to make sure that your collaborative team is tagging things properly and not using the data. But again, we don't want to be responsible for how people manage it and how they do what they do. We just want to provide an easy way for your own way to do it. I think you mentioned something about spectrograms earlier.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, this year.
I saw you had some candy on there.
Yeah, yeah.
What was that all about?
So this is just an example using MATLAB. So regular, not overly mathematical in my approach, so I apologize. You know, this is regular MATLAB stuff right up to the end. And then this last line, creates the plot figure. It's interactive. Zooming on it here. So again, interactive graph tutorial. You can find the data. And you'll know that it was created using MATLAB, using some of these functions and methods that MATLAB has. You can still get that raw data because you've sent it all to Plotly and it's been visualized. So someone can pull that down and do whatever they want with it, whether it's store that data, archive it, or create something with it. Yep. Yep.
So Arduino, whatever it is probably the data, back up lines. So there will be a delay in terms of when the update is by that actually.
Yeah, I mean, the network latency for sure is an issue. I mean, let me see if I can find a
So it'll be close to real time. It's not going to be like sitting in front of the whole.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's as close as I think we're going to get with our internet infrastructure here. Like one of my favorites, I'll try and find a video of this. Hold on. So we did light sensing. I'll see where it is here. So this was just a light sensor that I was covering with the box and uncovering. The videographer got a little artistic, so the view might not be the best to get into it. The size of the dot and the Y value changed based on how much light was coming in. There'll be a screen view of this in a sec. And you'll see me with the box, hopefully. So all I was doing is just covering the box, and honestly, like it's really fast, especially if you're doing it over Ethernet or serial or like a giant fiber. It's super fast. The issue really becomes when you have Wi-Fi connections or GSM connection if you're using something crazy like that. But for the most part, it's as close as we're going to get. Yeah. Any other questions or? Cool. Well, I have a bunch of Raspberry Pis and Arduinos and things like that that'll be around till 04:15. If you guys have questions of getting this up and running, if you need help with your challenges, I have all kinds of example scripts you can use as snippets to maybe save you some time. And yeah, so I'll be either here or in one of the other rooms. Just come and tap me on the shoulder and help out. Cool. Thanks, guys.
I set it up on the server or set it up, the one that pushes the data wherever it's supposed to go. So that's it's pretty whoever reviews the URL it's synchronized to.
Yeah. I mean, that's on our server. So if you're pushing it to our server, it'll always be updated.
Right.
Every time someone refreshes the page,
you have my subscriber or whatever pushing.
Yeah, it's all done.
Right before I figured it out, I was just wondering, like, how you string the data from the server to, like, all that stuff, right?
Right. You tell everyone
the pricing thing.
it's free for the public use.
Okay, cool.
Free private draft.
Wow. I am very impressed. I think I will take care of whatever, right? You heard of me?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so wait, if we wanna, like, visualization is I don't know. Yeah, like that's yes, exactly. Right. The only thing I want to do is like which data to display and right. So you just wrap around that. So for example, for example, if we go like maybe schools doing the actual like machine learning and all that data analysis, they're crunching every number in MATLAB. So you also have, I saw you have like a MATLAB plugin.
Yeah, we have.
Right.
So I'll just give you a little.
So I mean that saves hassle for everything be statistics. I mean
they don't have to change anything.
Right. They don't have to. They only need to provide me a URL, and I don't have to worry anything about the from there. All I need is these graphs, and I can focus on the front for the rest of the icon.
Yeah.
So Exactly. Cool.
So this can be.
Where's the API for this? Oh, this is on the server, on the Plotly like.
This is like a script that's on the right.
Right.
So if you want like the rest of it.
Yeah. How am I going to like push the data from
MATLAB, let's say? Or?
Yeah. So if they the data on MATLAB, then they want to, and I want to push it to
Yeah. So getting started here. So you have MATLAB library, initialize it with the and then this is regular MATLAB. This is one method. One method. That's it. It takes the MATLAB data, packages it up into declarative based on logs. Our server.
Wow, I'm truly this is why I love that. I love that. You got stickers.
No stickers. I got no stickers. I got t-shirts.
Yeah, that'll be great. That'll be great. Love it. Extra large if you have. Thank you. Cool. So I just built it.
Yeah, you create an account. Once you have an account, the settings. And here is the strings are all here as well.
Right.
And then you can start using the APIs. Pretty much one in the same. The web app consumes the API.
Yes. I used a couple of my project. We're the bad boys, so. We wrote a code went to do crawl the social network project those and we definitely had this kind of issue as well. And that was we were only like spent a lot of time getting all this stuff anyway.
Well, we tried to wrap the libraries nicely. We do have a more generic REST API. For the most part, we use libraries. That exposes all.
Even Excel?
Excel's like so
okay.
You can just create a plot from that.
And
yeah, and then you can put down that data and change it out and back up.
Cool. Nice.
I mean, how many people we didn't hit the rest of it, but these users are so well.
Yes.
We have a lot of open source folks helping us out too with the library to make those happen.
And I actually, before I came to the room, I was searching for Matt Plotly. You guys are hiring?
Yeah. If you want to apply, we have a couple of positions like front-end developers, education specialists, maybe a sales associate.
Right.
And we hire remotely. We're based out of Montreal, but we have people from elsewhere. So.
Cool. That sounds great.
Yeah, I'll be here so we can chat some more. I'll be here for another couple hours. Awesome. Talk to you soon, man. Cool.
So how hard is it to get the Raspberry Pi to interface with that?
It's Python.
See, I'm not a coder. I just work now.
About a year ago. So
Okay.
we're on the same level.
Okay.
Yeah. We should.
I've got some Raspberry Pis and I play around with latest handheld game system and stuff.
Nice.
Game Boy.
Nice. Yeah, Raspberry Pi is so cool. Man. So it runs a complete version of Python. It's a Linux box, right? So we're doing the exact same thing. Do you know any code at all? Or?
Just Py, not Python.
Okay. Well, I actually. I wrote this little app thing. I can make it better for you. If we stay in touch, you let me know what you don't need. But basically, this you just run. You just run it. It asks you how many cases you have, how often you want to plot, and then it just does it for you. Cool. But if you want to stay in touch, so I can help you get started. It's really easy. You might not be able to like go through the basics of it now. Yeah. But I'm always online, so maybe we can have like a chat or something.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have it.
Cool. I'll give you mine, so you can just ping me directly.
Awesome.
Awesome. Great to meet you.
Yeah, there's a big electronics store down where they TM Electronics. They have a lot of Raspberry stuff after the store.
And yeah, maybe not this time. Cool, man. 10 friends back.
If it's not connected. The prototype can work fine, but your ICE is not connected.
So yeah, so what we do for that is we have a private instance of the plotting. So let's say you have sensitive data or you don't have internet connection. That's actually something we're doing with the FRL. Is that installing a local version, so it never has to be the internet. And it's basically our mobile website with your own problems. Yeah.
So
exactly. Yeah. Brooke takes care of that. She couldn't be here today. She's the one if you wanted to watch like that. Or you know, she's the one who wants to talk to you, or not so much of a sales guy. And we also have just library. If you're not in just the kind of like. But there's so many wrapping out there. But we also no only the streaming server. The back end is Go. It's just the streaming server because it's getting hit so quick every time. There's a little note there just handling it. Stuff that's the Redis server, and then on the data. Yeah. No, if our main server is open, there's an issue.
But it's the main server.
Yeah. It's just the streaming stuff that works a lot better. Actually, I'll give you my credit as well.
Yeah, to see code examples.
Like what kind of code examples do you see? Just like that
pulling data off of, or actually have a Pi if it's networked.
I can hook that up next time.
See what's going to.
I'll show you kind of like stack this. On the internet?
Wireless.
Yeah. Well, here I'll show you just what I was looking at. So here's syntax. You spotlight library. You sign in. You key. Stream token. This one we just have one, and you need an array. You have traces you want to do. And it's declarative things like X and Y, what modes, and all of those stuff. We have a graph well. So if you ever want to, how do I change the size? We'll show you how to do that. So
you support real-time graphing. Network.
No, we don't have node graphs. Yeah, pie charts and those. Pie charts are for the wherever you. Yeah. And then if it loaded up, come on, internet. Cool. So like align and scatter plot, something cool we have there. Very easy. Just replace these values with whatever you want to plot. And then if you wanted to put that data in Python, I mean, it could have been created in themes. Let's say we made it in Python. So there you go. You put in the URL, and you figure that comes down. This is now the object. Data, filing, change names, whatever. Back up, you push it to the same URL on it, or you can push it if you want to vision, things like that. So pretty flexible. So yeah, I feel free to. I'd love to see if there's any further questions. We're a small team. We love to. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Cool. Hey, did you get it working? No. No.
Code is compiling. So I mean, I don't know if it is possible for you.
Yeah.
Because all
I'll come.
So if you stop for that time.
Yeah. Well, if anyone has any, I'll just come back to that. I'll be around. Be there like. The founders reserve. Thanks.
What is that?
Yeah, we have like a code transit.
So,
but it's all JSON.
you can go into those right in that lab, or you
Script. You have to library. So we used to have a type called cat worms. So we just let people work locally and then push through on the keeps our hands. Thanks.
CSV actors. Yeah, like at first I didn't even.
Is it CSV? So it's taking a little while. No, that's nothing.
That's what I was thinking. That wasn't anything, but like it doesn't do anything. So this one, I guess, I couldn't get this to work, but I guess that was the import that was right from the computer. This is the one that came up when I imported from my Google Drive. And honestly, I don't want it to use this stuff. So this counter is code. It's not what the CSV file is. But
yeah, where's
like
the HTML stuff?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Where's the CSV file? I'm just going to get it.
Whatever you want.
I just want to take a look at it. No, it looks too right. I mean, you did hear me. Am I airdropping? Try? Yeah. Let me just get on there.
I've never airdropped.
Cool. Shift Command R. That's a life changing. R. Sorry. You see me, and you just drag a file on.
Taking the code for outside. Yeah.
Come on, man, it's not 1999 anymore.
But we're here.
That's where. Not all.
Okay.
We can
Hey
guys.
Okay. Yeah. Well, probably the I did ask. version F. It says,
And the other one you imported from
Right, it was the same time. It wasn't working. Like every time I was trying to play it here, I would just have a loading thing and then nothing. And then it started coming in as I was waiting for it. So I guess it was loading when the loading screen wasn't actually there.
That's frustrating.
And that, but it was the same. So I uploaded to Google Drive and I imported it to Google Drive.
No.
And then
What happens if you click on
Yeah, I saw
Let me get on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like pulling in a web page or something.
right. Yeah, that was it looked
This sure looks like our website's CSS.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just,
Cool. So yeah, we are broadcasting right now live on the site. If you go to the lifehack.org, we've had video of all day.
your whole presentation looks really cool though.
Right.
You're still broadcasting? Yeah.
Broadcasting?
Shut
down. There you go.
Not a problem. It's a problem. I just saw it. It's still your stuff.
Inception and now we're done.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Can't get me off the air.
Well, but it's in place, so future things can wait there. Now we can like page don't move things, but
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to like set up every map as well as other things. So in my opinion, yes, or it's software environment. And it's basically C.
Yeah.
You know any of that, you're okay.
So you don't have to do assembly like a program.
Oh, God, no.
Although you can, yeah, if you want to. It allows you to assemble language, it allows you to.
Right, that's right.
Right, all the other registers and checkers codes, so that you can use them. Yeah. So it's really good that you can get started. Yeah. I taught using Arduino as a freshman. We were for.
Yeah, it's like a huge file with our.
No, like, I've heard recently.
This is an application by.
At least I see you. Hi.
It's audio interactive, so once we talk.
And so this, they came out with this, they're coming out with PCU, so that you can design and emulate it. So they have to get.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And so one of the things we came out with was this tank.
That's what we're going to do.
It's kind of like an Xbox. And it's on for this. They said it was going to be. There was 210 like, I don't know. Wow. Like several of them, like all the governments.
White.
Weird places. I was like, yes, you.
Swipe and swipe.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a serious there's a search on the middle that's also. So it's
fun once in a while.
So
It's never fine. It's only fine.
The touchpads can also apply for people.
Like design.
They find the collaboration just so precise that we actually use in the setting.
and then
Oh, so actually, I know that there was a team that's been working on open source. Oh. Ultrasound. So that you would like swipe the screen and feel like you're bringing the people down the walking. Okay. Or, you know what I mean? So you get really intense and complex. Yeah. Response.
Try this.
Did any of you remember that? Did I know anybody else?
Your weird setup in here.
Yeah, I don't know where this is the problem. Yeah.
I know you used the Scott, it's Steve control or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know how out they are yet. I think Valve is giving them.
Okay.
Well, I got Peter just in your input on your slow.
Yeah. Looking forward to giving it.
Meeting.
Yeah.
It's just a text box at the bottom. So yeah, I see the boundaries of it. Okay.
And if I get that solved for you, I'll come find you.
Yeah, I'll be in and out. I'm not coming to most of it. We're in the Tesla room in the far back corner.
Perfect. I have only one of my card on me.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Send me an email if you want to trade in and we can get in touch.
Right on.
I love you. Cheers, guys.
Don't worry about that. This is our. That's the slide that we're going to end. Oh. That's just our. That's our.
Yeah, that's right. What's that? Sorry about that.
I had been, but I think I just had to
Actually, we had a terrible time debugging that. I just figured that last night. I didn't realize I had two open in the room over there. And it was like, what's causing this? Why is it duplicating?
It's kind of awkward.
Yeah. Swipe around and stuff.
I haven't updated for a while, so I practiced how to run with that.
That's a good question. So I was on board, like when you mentally, when you did the very stupid simple stuff at the beginning, like making some numbers, make some graphs static that is within there, and I'm with you on the notion I can send stuff, send data, and have it update graph. What I was confused about is you started showing Python code, MATLAB code, and stuff like that. So were you showing that because I can tell Plotly how to plot things in MATLAB language, or that would be if I to run on my own that somehow then
So there's a few ways to go about creating a plot graph.
Right.
The most generic way is declares.
Okay.
Graph for A for Y, some key values of size of line, things like that. You just set that.
Okay.
So that's one way.
As part of the message that when you're sending the data.
Yeah. Well, that's like if you're just creating a static plot, it would all be one block.
Right. Okay.
If you're creating a streaming graph, it would be an empty graph, but still with all of the definitions of like I need these amount of traces. I'm going to define them like this. They just don't have any data.
Okay. Let me stop you and ask a question about that again to make sure. So you're saying that that one way of making a graph is not to go to Plotly and create a graph on Plotly's web interface. I can
do it through code.
Just send it a message.
And then the response from the server, like a res.data, be a URL.
Okay.
Just replace that URL.
Okay.
But like for your use case, like let's say we took the processing thing.
Right.
So what you do is when the application loads, it just creates 6 empty traces, no data, and then over time just fills those arrays.
So ideally where my mind is going is to, we tighten up our demo procedure here, and we might already have a predefined Plotly I don't know the right word to use now.
Yeah, like data model kind of thing?
Yeah, you and it's just like, here are the commands you guys use, and it will suddenly create a graph just like the ones that are already in our documentation or the ones that I already have in my blog or stuff like that. And so would that be, I would set something up on a Plotly side, or I would just make sure that they could get off GitHub the code sample that has the message format or the message?
Now I'm losing you.
Okay. So let's say I always wanted to make a trace that was always red. It was more complicated, stupid thing, but it's red trace. And I wanted to be able to make sure that everybody, when they first hooked up their device, the EEG data would show up with the red trace, not the blue one, the red one. And so what would you
find that in your own script?
This is what I'm asking you. Would you recommend that, again, let's assume it's more complicated than just red, but would you recommend then that I have my code sample that is what starts on the local computer and gets sent to Plotly, like, hey, make a new plot, and here's the format. Is that what you'd recommend?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
All
Or
right.
else people, like, or else it doesn't really work.
Right.
It's got to be you, says this is what my application needs, this is what I want to visualize, and you define all the parameters inside your app.
Okay.
So whether you're an end user or an app developer, it's the same thing. So you get to make that decision for everyone else.
Okay. And so it's really, and I can, then where does the, so the code you were showing for Python and for MATLAB and whatnot, that was, so that would run on my computer.
Yes.
And that would be my way of defining what I want the plot to look like. And then it gets,
So that's less for someone like your use case, where it's an application, and more for a collaborative environment where your boss doesn't know code, accounting team knows MATLAB, and the finance team knows R.
Right.
You all want to work together on the same graph.
So my intention is, my interest in right now, but will grow as I gain experience. My interest right now has to do with, I make EEG graphs for my blog and they're static, in the sense of they're static and that they don't change through time, which I'm actually okay with that. They're static and that I can't interact with them to get, what point is that? What is the XY location, or what does that color mean? And so the interactive part is what's appealing to me right now.
Let's say you updated your data, you wouldn't have to go back on your static web page and change the URL or an image. All those points.
So again, in my case, it's a documentation thing, so I actually would prefer a way to lock it to make sure the data never changes.
Then you don't change the data.
Then I won't change the data, right? But so the whole dynamic part is I'm going to have to. I have a very narrow concept right now of what I want to do.
All of our documentation using it goes through all of our examples.
Yeah.
Creates all of the URLs.
Yeah.
And then uses this in the template.
That's cool.
And we know that that's an off graph.
Right. Yeah. So it's a lot. It's being able to interact with the graph to make my website more. I can zoom, I can pick up data points, that kind of stuff, right? Right. Cool. And I can make, you're saying I can steal, I mean, you showed a MATLAB example for doing the spectrogram.
Yeah. The whole graph reference, so if you go to our API libraries page, you wanted to see how we use MATLAB stuff.
I'm going to do Matplotlib too, but MATLAB is really my native.
So you can just click on the graph reference, and it's the comparison matches everything.
Yeah.
Sweet. Thanks for explaining it to me a second time.
Yeah.
My beard and mustache.
Montreal. So I'm from Vermont. And,
Two of the co-founders.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. What part of Vermont are they from? Do you know?
Burlington.
They're from Burlington.
The other part.
Yeah, the rest of it. The part where there's no people.
Super Troopers.
No! It's so fun. Yeah, it's fun when I go to the northern states, so Burlington. So the parts of the sports are Connecticut or New York. And I'm used to those kinds of people. But then when I moved, like, they're not talking, they're speaking English when they have to, but sometimes you actually hear French. You never get that in the United States. Well, at least in rural United States. Really? Is it cheaper? Really? Wow.
Not like.
Wow. I grew up in Maine, which would get the other kind of Quebec and New Brunswick kind of tourists. And they come to our beaches. Our main beaches. The wax below 55 degrees. You know,
That's more than
Wow. Are you guys ready? Move that forward.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't thinking about that.
Walk around.
That was my question.
No, I made it. And there was all of the.
That's annoying. No, that's not annoying.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Raspberry
Hold on, Patrick.
It's always
Pull up Sublime.
Sublime, whatever you're gonna walk through with.
Oh, okay. 1 second.
Yeah, just to make sure. Screen is decent.
Okay, guys. Anything?
I think we're good. Just making sure that everyone's agree, because he's just gonna do some.
Is it, okay, are we gonna follow?
No. It's all on. It's all set up. That's us.
Well, the more you can see us. Very cool.
Get the lights right there. Eventually use it.
Yeah, click it.
Here you go.
So that's what it looks like.
Can you tap? Oh, I see this. That's on there.
Yeah, but it needs to be. It needs to be different. Okay, that.
That was fine.
But I need them to be able to see this as well.
We'll just do it. And then you can open whenever you share, whenever you're looking at it.
I'm not sure what.
Okay. Perfect. What about, can you go back to your text editor where you're using it and then type it and see what the data is?
I'm not sure.
It's not.
I use it for X.
You probably need, can you use your hand on that to make it bigger?
Yeah.
You're not making
So I took it, made it for mine. RetroBuy is the images out there, but I had stuff like an airplane.
Awesome.
Yeah. But, play music and stuff, so.
Okay. We got it figured out? Good to go? Okay. And you can even see the text in the back of the on the text editor. Okay, so you're...
They ask every time. Are you starting or is
I am.
Yeah. Okay. Is that your welcome?
It's soon to be someone else's.
Oh, that's a promise.
Yeah.
We could brand it.
That might be a little bit more difficult than Octocopier. That thing goes back to Octocopier.
Not the cheap one I have.
Oh, well, that one certainly does not.
Yeah.
But it does go in the dark.
I didn't think I wanted to one. It's like $150, and it does have sun stabilization, but not like the Parrot $300 one that just like
Stabilizes
with rock.
Yeah.
Kick it.
Yeah, it's like that guy.
I would.
I wanted to leave it to get started. I'm making I was working on an AI.
So because you guys are here, and because the Molly guys are here, I get to go on and put it on big flops.
Nice. As you should.
Because everybody works like, I don't have the time to begin a flop. And I'm like, I'm gonna be somewhere this week. Like, really? I mean, like, give me a briefing when I come in. Like, but I go on the clock, and they said you could totally go on the clock. So I'm excited. Yeah, they were very, very excited about it.
But just looking at
I'm not necessarily digging into our product as much as the other folks are. We're comfortable about it. Jump into some knowledge. Try to get but then so Marcel's going to jump into Strap too.
What's up, Aaron?
I'm just looking at the sketch.
Okay. Oh, we're good. Start here with so here's the place to be. You join a team already?
No.
Okay.
All the challenges.
Okay, well, I assume people will start filtering in here shortly, but go ahead and kick off like. So, got next up, Marcel, Strap, mobile analytics, and neat couple watch stuff. So, give it a fork.
Yeah, so my name is Patrick. I'm not actually going to present to you on Strap. Marcel's going to talk a little bit about that later. But I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about big data and analytics. And by a show of hands, and you on the computers in the rooms as well, how many of you guys use analytics like today, or the keyword big data in your day-to-day jobs? Anyone? Only one, two? Everyone uses it, I guarantee you. But I just want to give you a little bit of insight on what that looks like, because businesses and companies, and even the stuff that we're hacking on the side projects, force us to make ourselves more efficient and effective in the way that we operate. And the only way that we're able to do that, just like our history teacher said, if you don't look at history, you'll repeat yourself. Well, now with big data, if you look at history, you can predict where you're going, and that's what we're going to take a little bit of a look at here. So, what does big data even mean? Right. So we have 4 V's of big data. So we can do that.
Lagging. What's lagging? How do I go back? To share? My show.
Oh, it is. Okay. So the 4 B's of big data that we use to quantify and understand what big data is. The volume of data, so the scale, like how big, how much data we're looking at. The velocity, so the analysis, like Alex said from Plotly, how fast are we streaming that data in? Then the variety of the data, so what kind of different types of data that we're bringing in to look at, whether it's, the different various XYZ coordinates on the accelerometer, whether it's the light inferences from the sensor, whether it's sound, what is that different variety of data? And then the veracity of data, the uncertainty of data. So do we actually know what it is? Where is it going? What types of data are we looking at in what disparate forms? So just to give you a picture of what this all means, and take a look at some of a few of these, we'll dig in here a little bit. So volume of data. Just to give you an idea of big data everyone's talking about, right? So there's 7 billion people on the planet, not 7 billion people. 6 billion people have cell phones. Like
just take a second to let that soak in. There are people, I used to be in the Army, there were people in Afghanistan. I went on a mission trip last summer to El Salvador. We were drilling a well in the middle of a mountain village where there was a mud hut and they had no running water. But they were literally on their cell phone taking pictures of us, posting them to Facebook. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So big data is everywhere, right? So 40 zettabytes. Who's ever heard of a zettabyte? Okay, some of the Air Force guys, obviously, you work with that kind of data, right? That's 43 trillion gigabytes. That's how much data we created by the year 2020. 40 zettabytes. All right, and 2.5 trillion bytes. That's 2.3 trillion gigabytes. So 2.5 trillion bytes of data are created today. So each and every day, 2.3 trillion gigabytes of data are created. So big data, right? So we talked about volume, a little bit about velocity, right? So 1 terabyte of data of just trade information, so just the transactional data, comes across the New York Stock Exchange each and every day. And by 2016, it's anticipated that 18.9 billion connections, 18.9 billion network connections will be created on Earth by 2016. And as you guys have over on the top, you can see most modern cars on it today have over 100 sensors. You can probably only see in a room like tire pressure gauge and all that kind of stuff. But there's there's even applications that are now you can control your in your Tesla. There's over 100 different sensors on most cars that come out today. So variety. You can see there on the top left a little bit. As of 2011, the global size of data in healthcare was 150 exabytes. Have you guys heard of an exabyte? Okay, well, you're cheating. So that's 161 billion gigabytes of healthcare data in the world today. Variety, so different forms. So we talked about the folks in El Salvador posting pictures to Facebook. That's one of 30 billion pieces of content each month that are shared on Facebook. That is crazy. 30 billion pieces of content. Okay, and by 2015, this is near and dear to our supply because we work with a wearable company, but 420 million wearable items will be in the world by 2015. 420 billion. That's a huge amount. Also, I don't know how many of you YouTubers here or watch YouTube. I know I don't watch 4 billion plus hours a month, but there are some people that get close to it. So each month, 4 billion hours of YouTube video are watched each month. Each month. And 400 million tweets are sent each month by about 200 million active users. So the last V, veracity. So the uncertainty of data. 1 in 3 leaders, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, who uses this information, who makes these decisions. It's the leaders in our, whether it's our, our side project or our businesses or the Air Force Research Lab, the decision makers that are making decisions based off of data. 1 in 3 of those business leaders don't trust the data that's coming across. So that's our job as stewards. That's Plotly's job, to make sense of that data and really get us to be able to trust what's coming across there, so we can make it actionable and we can do stuff about it. And the uncertainty of that data, the poor quality of that data, costs the U.S. economy about $3.1 trillion every year, just in the uncertainty of data. All right, so how is big data used? This is kind of one of the final examples that we do with the CDC. But everyone, we all talk about, how companies are tracking us, how Facebook tracks where we stop it when we scroll. It's kind of creepy that they know that, Marcel watched the kitten video 10 times, so why is he getting more kitten videos out of the He's not that kitten. But, so they track all that stuff. But analysis and big data is not just for profit and for big companies. It's also for the folks like the Air Force that are trying to solve problems. It's also for folks like the CDC, right? So the CDC, back when they were trying to do some analysis and big data, what they were doing is sending out forms on, sending forms to the doctor saying, hey, when did you start feeling signs of influenza flu, right? So when did you get that information? So then the patient filled it out. A couple days later, they gave it to the doctor. A couple days later, the doctor reported it to the CDC website. And then 3 to 4 weeks later, CDC figured out, oh my gosh, we have an influenza outbreak in this area, right? So that's not big data. It's very tiny data because it's using the form. Google stepped in, right? Probably the kings of big data in our day and time. And what Google did, Google took geographically the search terms that were used in areas that they knew that an influenza outbreak had happened in the past, and then they used them in real time to project outbreaks. So right now today, the CDC works with Google, and they can literally figure out in real time when the flu is going to outbreak in a specific area. And it's all based off of how many cat videos we search. No, it's not cat videos. It's based on what we search it, yeah. No, it's not before it happens, but it's in real time, right? So if folks are searching for, and I don't know the specific examples, but they're searching, you know, like what might hurt or what to do with the fever, right? So that geographic reference, there's a hot heat map that indicates that is getting searched a lot in an area. CDC now can figure out in real time that, you know, Dayton is about to be hit with a bigger, larger influenza.
What I heard about the Google influenza tracking.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah. But
then you get into quality of it.
that's the next piece, right? So intent is that not only are you tracking stuff that's people are searching, but you also have to go back to the quality of data. So are you actually figuring out what's happening, or are you a leading or lagging identifier to what has already happened in the past? So excellent point. You have to bring it back to what does that data look like, what is the data quality measuring, and what that looks like for your industry, right? Because Air Force guys could be using some different type of data. They could be using the same data set in a different way that you could in your business, and you have to understand what that looks like, where it's coming from, and all that stuff. So that's all I have to say about big data. I want you guys to kind of just, when you're thinking about doing the stuff with the open rank control and working with the whatever, you know, solving your problem, think in big terms. Take a step back and really think about how much bigger the problem is globally, and how we should make sure that we're bringing in everything that we can. So, a couple things to think about so you don't lose any discount. So, six, hopefully very easy to remember. Understand what you're trying to analyze. Collect and verify that data. So, and I would say, from my experience, if there is data and it can be collected, collect it. In the raw, just like the guys that plotted you, right? So if you collect it in the raw and then you figure out and you guarantee what that data means, you've collected it, you can understand what it is. And even in some situations where we have to discard the data or assign the data to a specific device, if we can collect it and store it in some meaningful way, then later we can go back and analyze it. So report and verify those reports, make sure that those reports are accurate and what you want to see. And then analyze, communicate, and socialize. So if the leaders, if the business leaders, if you as the actioners, if people don't understand what that data means and what it actually does for the organization, they're not going to see the value that it provides. And optimize it. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but so businesses that use predictive analytics, and this is a stat from IBM, I did not make this up, I promise. IBM said that businesses who use statistical predictive analytics outperform companies who go by a factor of 5. An example of that would be Target, right? So 2012, Target started to use analytics. In 2002, Target had a market share of $46 billion. That's when they started using analytics. By 2012, the market share was $57 billion. $67 billion. So optimize and then demonstrate value, right? Because that's the ultimate. That want this data, not just to have the data, not just because it looks pretty, and not just because we can make cool stuff with it, but we can demonstrate value. And ultimately, if it's the Air Force, it's to the soldier or the airman, if it's us as scrap providers to the developer, how are we helping them optimize their application, or to the retailer or the CDC providing value to that end customer and that end user. So understand what to analyze, collect and verify, report and verify those reports, analyze, communicate, socialize, optimize, predict, and demonstrate value. So I would be remiss if I did not put the plugin that we're hiring at Strap. So Strap is a wearable software and analytics platform, and Marcel's going to show us a little bit about the wearable platform where you can write and deploy everywhere. And that's our tagline: the only platform that goes everywhere. Excel messed up, but I'm leaders front. So you pronounce that. Yeah, Enact. Wait. So here's where we are on GitHub. Strap is our header handle for us. Does anybody have any questions for Marcel into Strap? Cool.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm going to talk to you about throwing things around. Our two main products right now. The first one is StrapMetrics, and it kind of dovetails with what Patrick was just talking about, and it is a wearable analytics platform. So you're probably wondering, why do we need another analytics platform? And the answer is simply that the analytics that is currently available, namely Google Analytics, Kissmetrics, et al., is tailored for web apps and different websites and web as it was before the advent of wearable technology. So Strap's wearable analytics platform, Kissmetrics, is tailored to different insights that are only really meaningful from the perspective of a device that's being worn on a human body. So a watch might have different accelerometer data that gives you the insight of what this person was sitting for this number of hours, this person was running this number of minutes, and this person slept in this sort of quality. And these are different analytics and different intuitions that are impossible from the standpoint of a web app. And even so far as to extend it to a phone app, you don't sleep with your phone next to you on your bed, and even still that's kind of awkward. So this, so StrapMetrics gives us that next level of insight. To pair with StrapMetrics and to further support the advent of wearable technology, we have another platform called StrapKit. StrapKit is what I'm going to demonstrate to you today, and before I get into actually showing you how StrapKit works, I'd just like to go into how it works. So StrapKit is basically PhoneGap or Cordova, however you know it, for wearable devices. The idea is simply each of the different wearable platforms that we have currently that are mass in market, Apple Watch, which will be coming out soon, the Tizen Watch, Samsung's Gear 2, all of these different, Moto 360 and the Pebble Watch, which is what Patrick and I are wearing, all of these different watches are run by different programming languages, different programming environments, even if the language is the same, and in general are operating under completely different circumstances that for the developer is cognitive load that is completely unnecessary. So what we have done is we have allowed developers to write one app in a unified language, JavaScript, and then have each of the different platforms that they'd like to deploy their app to compile their app that they've written in pure JavaScript. Everything else is the same. All of the different JavaScript practices that you're used to using still apply, and you get for free, basically, the availability of every single wearable platform that's available right at your fingertips. So I'm just going to walk through a quick demo of a typical Strap developer app lifecycle as they're developing. So you would start by creating your app, and I'm going to call mine Super Fancy. And if you look over at my editor, you'll see that StrapKit created a project for us with the name that I prescribed to it, and it's given me a few folders, and in this folder, the JS folder, is where my app is going to live. I have given us a sample app of what it's like to write code for StrapKit, and it's super basic JavaScript. You declare a window, and you say what you want in that window. You attach different events and different qualities to different buttons and different actionable items. So in the case of the Pebble Watch, which is what I was writing this app for, the only 4 buttons that are available to attach any sort of events to is the up-down button down, the select button, and the back button. And then we can also attach events to the accelerometer in the Pebble. So we have all sorts of different facilities for attaching different events to all of the different capabilities of each device. We've abstracted away all of the different device-specific names and device-specific traits to commonalities among all of the devices. So in the case of Pebble, you have windows that work a certain way and that relate to each other in a certain way. But in the case of the Android Wear Watch family, the windows function a completely different way. However, you write one set of JavaScript code, and it understands how to render each of the different apps interfaces in an appropriate way for each of the different platforms. So after you've written the app in your pure JavaScript, you decide which platforms you'd like to deploy your app to. So in this case, I'd like to deploy it to Pebble. Then that adds all of the platform-specific code is automatically generated based on the generic code that you've written for StrapKit. And then to compile it for all of the different platforms, in this case we have only one platform, it's just simple StrapKit build. And then if my watch was projected, I would do this. And I would install it directly to the Pebble. And that would be the entire process, from start to finish, from conceiving the idea for the app, writing the app, and deploying it to all of the different platforms. 4 simple commands. If I wanted to remove a platform, there are facilities for that. We're working on capabilities of automatically updating each of the clients' individual installations of StrapKit, so you never have to worry about updating. And all of the different device-specific. So what I'm getting into now is that a lot of the worry that people have with writing once and deploying to multiple platforms is that they lose the special capabilities of each individual platform. We have gone through all of the extra effort and written in all of that device-specific code in such a way that everything that is available on each of these platforms is available to you in a device-agnostic way. Is there any question?
Is there a virtual wearable device for debugging? Like, how do you debug in this environment?
Yeah, in StrapMetrics you can pull up the debugger view.
Yeah, so, well, I also forgot to mention one really key thing. In addition to using this platform to build an app that is deployable to multiple other platforms, we've also integrated StrapMetrics, which is a pretty important feature, so that you can have insight into your app's performance and how your app is being used in the real world for free. Typically, you have to write StrapMetrics code directly into your app in whatever programming language your programming environment or the device you're programming for requires you to. This way, it's already baked in. You have to do 0 things. You just go to the Strap's website, and your app is already generating data for you. In reference to your question, we are working on a cloud IDE so that you can interactively run and debug your app on a virtual device. But for now, you deploy it to your actual device, and you can do end-to-end tests on the device, and then you can also employ the fact that you're writing just JavaScript. So any of the semantics that are not allowed in JavaScript would be caught by a JavaScript debugger. Are there any other questions? Okay, I think I'm done.
And the last thing I'll say is we do have another challenge for you guys too. It's very open. Build something with one of the 20 pebbles that we have across the hall. If you want to hack away with it, whatever it is, anything. Period. That's it. And then that's our prize is a unbreakable helicopter and a bunch of strap T-shirts. So
Unbreakable.
Well, that's
There's the challenge.
Yeah, that's actually probably the challenge. You can't play with the helicopter until you win, though. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bullshit.
First thing that
Never planned anything. I actually, and I think it makes it sell better. It's not because you believe it's unbreakable, it's that you want to prove that it's not unbreakable. So I think putting that statement on the box.
Yeah, if you guys want to hack on the pebbles, I'm in the founder room. Marcel will be over there too if you have questions.
My dad works in the material industry, and pretty much what he tells me is everything. Oh, definitely everything's breakable.
Shatter.
Hello, David, can you hear me? Hello, David, are you able to hear me now?
So can you hear me, Ben?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Okay, I can hear you on my machine. I'm not sure why you're not coming through the presentation machine. Check that out.
Yeah, I've experimented.
We have virtualized. So we have to like our entire network. Which you get is like the server. It's nice.
We like. Do export into like these like super shitty exact and we're playing like video game like high-end video games like
You want to try again?
Hello, can you hear me now? Feel like I'm on a Verizon commercial here.
Okay, yeah, I not sure still. It's coming through on my machine, but it's not coming through the primary presentation machine. Let me try to fix that. Hey Ben, could you talk a little bit?
Yes. Are you able to hear me now? The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. Unique, New York.
This is exactly the problem that Dave was having earlier with.
Anything?
We may roll with my laptop here. It works here, so we may do that. One more thing to try, and then we'll do that.
Yeah, I found for whatever reason, technology conferences always have the most trouble with technology.
Okay, one last try.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
No, that's not working either. Okay, we'll go based on my laptop, it looks like. I don't think we're going to get that to work.
So, essentially,
Yep.
it's right in the front one, right?
Yes.
One's the microphone, one's the speaker.
Okay, well, Ben, you want to give one more chance? We're back on my laptop. It should be good. We got a relatively small room here, so everyone should be able to hear you.
Hello, is everyone able to hear me? I can do this. There you go. Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? Are we good to go? I can't see you, so. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Sweet, now I can see you. Yeah. So first off, I just want to apologize. A colleague of mine, Leon, who actually lives in Dayton, was really looking forward to being there in person today, but he had a personal emergency and wasn't able to make it, and I wasn't able to fly out in time. But I wanted to at least be here and help out support any way that I can. My name is Ben. I lead the government team for GitHub, and I can kind of see you guys a little bit. But normally I like to adapt these kind of talks to the audience to make it so that I'm here to help you guys, so that you all get the most out of it. I'm hoping to talk a little bit of a high level about GitHub and kind of the philosophy behind GitHub Flow and how you can use GitHub to ship software. But please do give me feedback. Feel free to interrupt me anytime. You can raise your hands and shout and scream. Or hit me up on Twitter, or if you're able to use the chat function. But like I said, I'd love to do this to be as helpful for you as possible. So does that sound good? I think we have about an hour, but especially just given the format and everything, we probably won't use all that up and leave a good amount for questions, if that sounds good with everyone. And I promise I'll slow down too. So the jokes don't transfer as well via Skype, but so that's up there on the screen right there. That's my email address and Twitter handle @BenBalter. So honestly, if you have any questions, or if there's any way that I can be helpful, either today or going forward, please feel free to reach out anytime. I'm not part of the sales team at GitHub. My job is just to help, especially government, get involved take that first step into the world of open source, the world into open data, and the world into open government. So let me just go over here, just switch over and make sure you can still, if I do that, you can still see that. Sweet. Okay, I love it when technology actually works. How many folks, are people generally familiar with what GitHub is? Would it be helpful to do an overview of kind of GitHub in general, or what would be most helpful?
The overview.
All right, sweet. So GitHub's been around for about 6 years now. It is think of it somewhat similar to Facebook for code, for software developers. So instead of sharing pictures of your kids or sharing maybe pictures of what you had for lunch, software developers use it to share what software source code they're working on. And just like on Facebook, where you can control only my family can see this or only my friends can see this, on GitHub, you likewise have the ability to control who can see that. So maybe it's limited to just people within your business unit, on the team that you're working on. Maybe it's people within your organization. Maybe it's people in the entire government, or maybe it's people in the entire world. So GitHub has about 7 million users now on about 15 million projects, probably a little bit closer to 16 million right now. Even if you yourself are not a software developer or don't normally code on a daily basis, there's a good chance that the bulk of the technology you touch, from the cell phone in your pocket to the car you drove to get to the hackathon today, someplace in that technology stack, the developers that did make that were using GitHub. You'd be surprised. Lots of the Fortune 500 companies and large technology companies that you know and love use GitHub behind the scenes. So there's two kind of ways that you can use GitHub. The first is GitHub.com, which is what it's most commonly known for, which is used for public engagement and for open source software. That's where you take your code that you're writing, you upload it to GitHub.com, and then other people can collaborate on that. And again, you can control who has access to that. It could be everyone in the world. It could be just your team. A great example, if you want to see, if you have a laptop in front of you, right there on the right side, github.com/NGAGeoInt is the National Geospatial Agency's presence on GitHub. They're a 3-letter agency, just like the CIA or NSA, and they're doing some really cool stuff with putting out software and engaging with the public to collaborate on that. The other kind of flavor of GitHub is GitHub Enterprise. That is the exact same thing as GitHub.com, but that sits behind your firewall inside your organization that only people inside your organization can have access to. So everything I'm talking about today can be used in either case. I'm primarily going to be talking about open source, just because that's the most examples that are out there. And obviously, being a hackathon, we're working on open source software. But there's no reason you can't take all these workflows and philosophies that I'm talking about and apply it to closed source software or proprietary software inside your firewall. So what actually is GitHub? What does it do, and how does it fit into the ecosystem? GitHub is a piece of software that takes the constraints of open source and applies them to software development. If you look at open source projects, things like WordPress or Drupal, you rarely have two developers working at the same place at the same time, or working on the same thing at the same time, yet they can generally make software that's better than their proprietary counterparts. It's kind of the story of Wikipedia versus Encyclopedia Britannica. Even though we have these major firms that all they do is put out software, there's hobbyists on the weekend that can often build better software due to the workflow. And so what are those constraints? We like to think that there are 4 constraints. The first is everything in open source is electronic. What that means is you use high-fidelity mediums to expose process. So rather than having what we call meat space meetings, where you might have wood-paneled rooms with leather chairs, you want to do those things in mediums that automatically capture the content of what you're doing. So chat, email, online forums, so those are exposed throughout time. The idea being that you're not only capturing what decision was made, but why that decision was made and who was made it. The second constraint is that everything is transparent. Once you're using this electronic medium to make decisions, things can then be broadcast out and stored in real time. If you make a decision using an open source, whether it's to add a sidebar to a website or to change the color of a button, generally speaking, in open source, that decision will have a URL. I can link that to you. You can go to it today, tomorrow, 6 months from now. And if that decision comes up again and we have to revisit that decision, I can just go and click that URL and get back to the discussion, get the same context that you and I had. Because open source is distributed, you have to basically put things that can span time zones and that can span different languages. The third is that it's asynchronous. You focus on the workflow of actually creating the code, where code speaks louder than words. You prototype things out, you show them to others. Again, because people aren't in the same time zone at the same time, so you don't have meetings like you normally do. And the last is that it's informal. If you submit a pull request on GitHub, which we'll get to in a second, you don't respond, dear sir or madam, I'm in receipt of your pull request dated, 20th of August 2014. I think it's a great idea. But you actually, hey, that's great. Here's some emoji. It's still professional, but you don't necessarily need that artificial formality in order to get the job done. So so GitHub takes an open source version control platform, and I'll break down these terms in a second, called Git. And all it does is it tracks who made what change when. So it allows people to work on projects together. Software developers learned some 20 or 30 years ago that if so much as a single semicolon is missing, the entire program will come crashing to a halt. So as a result, over the past couple decades, software developers have built really, really, really great tools in order to track every change, whether realized or rejected, every proposed change, and built these things called version control. Git is a version control system that was originally written by Linus Torvalds, the same person that made Linux. And generally when you look at Git, it's going to look at something like this. Black background, green text, very intimidating for non-technical users. The core functionality is still there, but you really need a computer science degree to get true value out of that. This is what a lot of software developers use and see, and this is their interface. And that's great for some people, but that's a very high barrier to entry for people to get involved with open source and to get involved with version control. So what GitHub does is, and this is that same exact view that we just saw, the black screen here, this is that same view in GitHub. This particular view is showing a list of changes to an open source project that I maintain called Gman, which we'll get to in a second. But you can see all of a sudden it's immediately a little bit more friendly. It's a website. I can look at this in my browser. I don't need to install any special software. I got emoji there, which is always a big plus. And there's different links to different things that I can click and send and don't need to know the commands in order to do it. So in a nutshell, what GitHub does is it provides a social layer, a visual layer that lowers the barrier to entry to use Git and to get involved with open source. So how does that actually look like in practice? So I mentioned NGA a couple minutes ago, the National Geospatial Agency. So this is one of their projects on GitHub called GeoQ. And just to provide some context, everything that I'm talking about today is completely free for open source software. GitHub exists as a big part to support the open source community. So I'm going to be talking about a bunch of open source projects, and all that is completely free if you want to go and click around and sign up during the hackathon today or next week. So this is GeoQ. GeoQ is a library, a program that the National Geospatial Agency put out, which is for crowdsourcing geospatial information in the event of a disaster. And so it's a really, really cool program. You can see here just by looking at this URL. If you want to pull it up in your own browser, that's going to be github.com/ngageoint/GeoQ, the name in the top left corner. And I can see immediately how many people have contributed to this project, the files in that project, what changes were made. If I scroll down more, I can get access to the technical documentation. But similar to kind of a Facebook page for your organization, it gives your project a home on the internet that other developers can come and see. So if I'm a software developer and I want to contribute to this project, the first thing obviously I have to do is find the project, learn about it, and realize that it meets my needs or it could potentially meet my needs. The second kind of facet of GitHub is issues. Issues generally sound like a bad thing, but in open source and in software development, they're a really good thing. They're a wish list, a list of potential tasks to tackle. And so here you can see here's some open issues from the GeoQ project. They have labels. They can be prioritized. You can see who opened them. Each one of them have their own discussion forum. So again, I'm this developer. I come along. I discover GeoQ. I want to take a second and contribute to it, see how I can help, pull out an issue, and I can go to town and start working on that issue. So now let's say I've gotten that issue, I found the project, I got the issue. The difference between open source today and what you might be familiar with is more of a Wikipedia-style editing model. So on Wikipedia, I can go to any article I want. I can go to the Air Force Wikipedia article and say, they fly, spaceships or whatever I want to say. and I can change anything. There's not really a moderation system in real time. It's kind of after the fact that other people come along and kind of can community moderate that. In open source and in GitHub, the only person that can ever change a project is the owner of that project. So here to look at a different example is Project Open Data, the White House Open Data Policy. And if you want to pull that up in your own browser, that would be github.com/projectopendata with hyphens. Again, the name being in the top left corner of this screen. And this was J.Q. Natvidad. I don't know how to pronounce his actual username. But he came along and he wanted to add a link to the White House Open Data Policy. So he added a link about CCAN and DCAT and different technical standards. And he proposed that as what's called a pull request. And don't worry if you're not getting all these terms right now. I'm going to go back and this is just a high-level overview. Then we'll go back and double-click and go through each one of these different kind of streams individually. But so this user came along, not a government employee, doesn't work for the White House, just an average citizen, comes along and submits his proposed change, which automatically creates this screen, this pull request screen, which gives members of the community the opportunity to discuss that, to talk about its merits, and then also gives the White House the ability to accept or reject that change. So here's the actual change that he made. This would be if I clicked on the Files Change tab from that pull request view, and I can see that line in green at the bottom, line 159, is actually what he added. He just added one link to the document. I, as the White House, can review that. I, as a member of the community, can review that, and I can see exactly what change was made. And then for the history of that project, that commit, that change will be tied to that user, so at any given point we can see who made what change or who's the last person to change one line. But here's kind of where the secret sauce of open source and the secret sauce of GitHub came about. Is this was the discussion that came as a result of that. It was about 150 comments from really, really smart people in the open data community, experts, scientists, PhDs, that because this forum was open, because anyone could email around and say, hey, take a look at this URL, you should comment on this. The White House is changing their open data policy and they want to add this additional standard to it. All these people were able to come along, and this was literally a discussion to change one line. And if this is the kind of discussion the community has for one line of change, you can imagine the kind of detailed discussions that this system can be allowed for, capable for, with more nuanced change or more software, system application line changes. So after this long discussion that lasted a couple weeks, Haley Van Dyke, who's a senior advisor to the CIO at the White House, came along. She didn't have to moderate that discussion. She just waited for the discussion to kind of unveil upon its own and said, wow, this is a really great discussion. This really fulfills, gives us a lot of context so that we can make an educated decision. I think that change is a good change to make. I'm going to go ahead and merge that change. And in her view on the screen, there'd be a big green merge button. She just goes ahead and clicks that big green merge button. And then that change gets then incorporated into the project. So it could be text, it could be data, it could be code, it could be anything. And the last thing I just want to talk about, and then we'll take a little break just to check in, is you'll notice that there are certain usernames in each of these comments on the pull request screen. You can see the author was mentioned, and I was mentioned on this pull request. Those are just like you can do mentions in Facebook or mentions on Twitter, because GitHub is a social network. And so rather than emailing somebody and saying, hey, you should take a look at this, I can pull in any GitHub member that has access to the project just by simply mentioning their name, and they're automatically subscribed to subsequent updates. So that's at a high level the kind of the GitHub workflow and how GitHub can be used for software development. Before I go further and get into, I want to delve a little bit deeper into the mechanics of how that works and eventually end up on some command line and actually go through the process of submitting a pull request. But I just want to take a quick second to pause. Again, I apologize. Normally I'd be able to see people making funny faces at me and sleeping and being bored. So I just want to check in, make sure we're doing good. I'm not going too fast, too slow. This is boring you to death. Because like I said, I'm here to be as helpful for you as possible. No, good? Yes? I can't really see, so. All right, well, I'll take your silence as just the most amazing talk you've ever heard in your life. Okay. So let's say that you're, next thing I want to talk about is how version control actually works in practice and how we got to where we are. So let's say you're a lawyer and you craft a legal document. I ask you to make a non-disclosure agreement, and you say, here are the clauses, heretofore, the parties, all sorts of fancy legalese. And you send me this very important legal document. and I get it, and I'm your client, and I say, oh, this is actually really, really embarrassing. You actually didn't send me an important legal document. You actually sent me an impotent legal document. That's not exactly what I asked for. This is really awkward. I don't know how to get this information back to you. And so in the real world, without version control, without software developers, the question then becomes, how do I surface that change back to you, right? Maybe we work in the same office, and I could walk over to your desk with a piece of paper and a red line marker and say, hey, let me just go back so you can see it as an example. After the fourth character, I need you to insert an R in the title, right? Say IMPO, add an R, so you get important instead of impotent. So if we work in the same office, maybe I put a little caret in there and write it in red pen. Maybe we use something like Dropbox where I can edit the file directly, but then you don't really know what changes I made or that you even had a mistake. Maybe you already printed it out. I can email it to you. If we're government employees, I can probably fax it to you because you probably still have a fax machine. Maybe I call you up and tell you this over the phone or we have SharePoint. The question is, how do you then surface that change back? And that's kind of where open source started out some 20 or 30 years ago. But the problem that it ran into is, let's say you don't just send that document to me, but you send that document to 30 people. All of a sudden you have 30 people calling you, emailing you, faxing you, and texting you that after the fourth character you should add an R. So open source, like I said, started out the same way. We used to use something called centralized version control, the most popular flavor of that being something called SVN or Subversion, where I, as a software developer, would publish out my code. You would then consume that code. You would use that code, put it on your mainframe server, whatever it might be. If you found a bug or something you wanted to improve, you'd modify that code. You'd create a patch file, which would be just in that example, after the fourth character, insert an R. You'd contribute that back to me as the publisher of the software, and then I'd republish it out. Sounds great on paper, but actuality in practice, it looks a little bit more like this. I would find a bug or a proposed improvement, and I would email you, and I would say, hey, is impotent a legal term that I'm not familiar with? Is it Latin for really awesome? I really think you meant to say important, and before I spend the time to build a patch, let me check in first. And so email becomes the primary transaction mechanism where you now get 30 or 40 people, depending on how many people you sent this to and how close-eyed they were looking at the title, emailing you and saying, hey, I think there might be a mistake. Then when it comes time to actually generate the patch, you get 30 or 40 emails with that patch. And the big problem with this is we're all duplicating effort. It's a hub-and-spoke model. You as the publisher of the software are the single point of failure. If you go on vacation for a week, nothing gets changed. And I can't see what the other people in the open source community are doing because I don't have visibility into that. Only you do. And so this was originally how you would contribute to a Linux kernel, the operating system that powers Android and a handful of other things. And this is really, really complicated. This is size 1 font just to get it to fit on the slide. It goes through who to email, which feature set, how to format your patch, a very, very messy system. And often where open source kind of gets its bad reputation from. It used to be really, really hard to contribute to open source software. But open source kind of changed. We're hitting this tipping point with technology, with the internet, that it's actually making it easier to work together than alone. We talked about the constraints of open source, and that's really pushing open source to look more of a model like this today, what we call decentralized or distributed open source, where the author publishes out a piece of software, a collaborator modifies that software. There's some sort of forum online where the community can discuss that. Again, it's more of a web model rather than a hub-and-spoke model. And then all the author has to do is review that change and then merge that into the software, which automatically publishes itself back out. So if you go to petitions.whitehouse.gov, you might be familiar with the We the People White House Petitions platform. That's the platform that you use to submit a petition to deport Justin Bieber back to Canada or whatever you might want to do. The White House released the underlying code that supports that so that civic hackers and software developers can make changes as they see fit. And if you wanted to go and contribute to that, if you go to github.com/whitehouse/petitions on your computer, you'll look at the contributing file, and this right here is the entire contributing file. Anyone is encouraged to contribute to the project by forking and submitting a pull request. So the White House is not saying a bad word there. We'll get into what forking and a little bit more about pull requests are. But you notice we're standardizing everything. We're making everything a common language, a common workflow, and making it a lot easier. So I can literally, if I see a mistake, I hit edit, I make my change, I hit propose, and I'm done. I don't need to know who to email. I don't need to read all this documentation. It's making things a lot easier. So you see this transition kind of from closed source to centralized open source to decentralized open source. And so what does that look like? So this is github.com/whitehouse/petitions, the White House petitions platform. This is the underlying code that powers the website. Again, just like we saw with the NGA GeoInt project, the project itself has a home, similar to a Facebook page. I can see who made what change when those changes were made, and the files that exactly exist in the project, who's contributed to it. It gives the project a home on the internet. The author publishes it out. If somebody proposes a change, the community discusses it. So here, P. Borelli found some typos, and he submitted some changes to the typos. And it wasn't until the very end that Lee Heyman, the last line there at the bottom, who actually is the only one in this thread that actually works at the White House, comes along and says, "Oh, really great, thank you very much. I'm going to pull these changes in." What is a little bit out of order? So the collaborator can then this is like just a different view of that same view, a different view of that same pull request, showing the individual changes that P. Borelli made. He removed the duplicated array key and fixed a typo in the key name, right? So this gives both the community and the publisher the opportunity to review. We can see the actual changes that were made, deletions being in red, additions being in green. Community can then discuss it, and then it finally gets merged in. So the last kind of just checkpoint that I just want to check in before we go into black background, green text, command line, and also using the website to actually submit a pull request. Just want to take a second to pause and check in, see if there were any questions, speed up, slow down, talk in Spanish. Any feedback? Okay, awesome. Still the best talk you've ever heard. This is going great. I should, yeah. So open source, just as a reminder, you're all at a hackathon, so I imagine you probably are already familiar with open source. Open source is more than just software for which the underlying source code is published. It also comes with a set of rights and responsibilities that you as a project publisher have certain responsibilities to document your code, to review other people's changes, and it also gives everyone else that you give access to that code the right to submit proposed changes to that, to participate in decision-making regarding the direction that project takes. When I'm talking about open source today, there's two kind of scope-setting exercises to go through. The first is, like as I said at the top of the talk, open source doesn't have to be limited just to code that is available to everyone in the world. Lots of government agencies, the military, the intelligence community, all use open source in ways that we don't normally think of as open source, and that I'd probably call open collaboration. Meaning you take the ideas of open source, you let everyone in that is allowed to, be that your team, your organization, have access to the code. Stakeholders can participate in decision making, even if it's not open source in the sense that everyone in the world can see it. The second way to talk about open source is that it doesn't have to be limited to just software. We normally think about open source code in terms of things like Drupal or WordPress, Ruby on Rails, or jQuery. But the idea of tracking who made what change when over time and getting contributions from others doesn't have to be limited to just software. Anything that's text, Git, the underlying version control system, is format agnostic. So it could be text, it could be prose, it could be data, it could be a CSV file. So the three kind of big buckets we normally talk about in open source are open source software, open data, and open government. So even if you're not a software developer, there's no reason you can't, have a list of your favorite restaurants near your office, or a list of, batting averages of your favorite baseball team. And so maybe this will advance. I'm hitting the right button. You can do it. I know you can do it. There we go. So we're going to talk about version control, but just as a reminder, when you think version control, just think who made what change when. There's a handful of different version control tools out there, Git being one of them. Git is completely open source. You can use that independent of GitHub. You might have also heard of SVN or CVS. These are all just different version control systems. Think of them like track changes in Microsoft Word, or if you ever use Google Docs, kind of the commenting system in Google Docs. The alternative would be something like this. This might be a familiar site. I used to be a government employee. When I was in government, this was the government's version of version control. You'd have a file that gets emailed around, and it says, revise, revise, final, Ben's edits, and then a string of numbers that at some point made sense. And someone sends it out and says, please get your edits back to me. and I'll send you my edits. And I'm not sure, did you miss my changes? Did you discuss them with somebody else and you decided it was a bad idea? Did you just not see my email? It's a very opaque process. This is technically, in a way, a form of version control. Again, software developers, we like to be a little bit more picky about our version control. Emailing around zip files of software, we tried doing that at first. It doesn't really work really well. It has to be really exact because whereas if you have a typo in a text document, you can still read that text document. If you have a typo in a piece of software, chances are the entire software isn't working. So when you think version control, this is usually a common metaphor that most people can use to kind of ground that, but just a more advanced, more nuanced version of that. We already went over Git. I'm going to skip that. We already went over the open source workflow. But you can kind of see now how version control makes this workflow possible. Without version control, I wouldn't be able to see what changes you made. We wouldn't be able to go backwards and forwards in time. We couldn't kind of experiment very rapidly. Git makes it very cheap meaning in terms of time and in terms of energy, to experiment, to prototype things out, and really creates a community in which code speaks louder than words, which is why things like hackathons come to exist. And like I said, GitHub just provides a social layer on top of all of that. So this is what we call, now getting into the nitty-gritty of how this works, and you can kind of probably see a little bit of that hinting over on the side. This is what we call the GitHub flow. And now I'd like to actually go into the workflow of how those different disparate vocabulary terms and pieces might come together. And again, if I skipped over what a commit is and you're confused, or if this is a preschool level for you, feel free to wave your arms or shout out or hit me up on Twitter or any mechanism that you can. So the GitHub flow starts with a branch. Well, the GitHub flow starts with a project. But once you find your project, you create a branch. A branch is a parallel version of the code. And I can do other things in that branch without affecting the code itself. So if I have the White House We the People petitions platform, and I want to change the background from blue to green on the sidebar, or I think it's green now, so from green to blue on the sidebar, I can create a branch. I can change the sidebar from green to blue, and I can test that around and play around with that, and we can have a discussion about that. And none of that affects the live version of the site or what's called the master branch of the project. If you're a movie fan, if you've seen the movie Back to the Future, you can think of it somewhat as the alternate 1985 in which Biff becomes mayor of Hill Valley, right? They were still able to go back in time and rescue the sports almanac and go back to the real 1985. The two different alternate realities don't affect each other. So once I'm on this alternate reality, I'll create commits. Commits are individual changes to a file, to a piece of software, to a project. Think of it somewhat similar to hitting File Save in Microsoft Word. But the big difference is every time you can make a commit, every time you save that file, you also provide a commit message. What the commit message does, it's usually one line, probably about the size of a tweet or a status update on Facebook, that says exactly what you changed, so that other members that are collaborating on the project don't have to go through and read the entire 1,000-line change set of that commit, but they can see, oh, he changed the sidebar from green to blue. So create a branch, add a bunch of commits to that branch. Again, this is all happening locally, happening on my personal computer, and not affecting the live project. Then if I want to surface those changes back to the community, back to the White House, to consider incorporating into their project, I'll open a pull request. The pull request is just that proposed change that says, hi, creator of this project, I have some changes that I've made. I've made a branch. I made some commits. I would like you to pull this branch, these commits, into the primary branch of the project so that others can use it as well and it becomes part of the project itself. This happens out in the public. The community, the stakeholders of the relevant project have the ability to discuss that proposed change. They can review it. If it's code, they can say, oh, hey, I would, call the method this. I would use this function here. Maybe use this API. And eventually, then the owner of the project simply comes along and can and hits the big green merge button. And then often that will then automatically deploy out. There's a couple other steps you can add onto your workflow, depending on if you're using this for an open source project or for your own organization. You might run that through some sort of continuous integration service at this point, to make sure that the code passes standardized testing. You might run it through a continuous delivery service that automatically deploys it out to your production server. But at a high level, these 5 steps right here, if you take nothing else away from today's talk. These 5 steps are the essential GitHub flow. My goal here today is hopefully everyone will at least be conversant in GitHub. Maybe you can go make your first commit. That'd be really awesome. But at least when someone says fork or pull request, you won't think that they're saying dirty words for you. So the last kind of character that I want to introduce today's story is Gman. Gman is an open source Ruby gem that I maintain, just a fun side project, that is used. You can give it any email address, any website, any domain, and it'll tell you whether that's a government email address or not. Obviously, that's very easy for military and government. They end in U.S. government. They end in .mil or .gov. But the city of Bloomington, Indiana, is cityofbloomington.org. Excuse me. The city of Champaign, Illinois, is ci.champaign.il.us. So this tracks 10,000 different domains. The actual what this project is used for doesn't really matter all that much. But just to use that as an example of a simple open source project that we might want to make some changes to. And again, just like we saw with NGA GeoInt and the White House petitions, that my project has a homepage on GitHub. If you go to github.com/benvalter/gman, you can see that homepage there. You can see who made what change when, submit an issue, open a pull request. So now I want to get into actual Git command line. If I scare you away, please do let me know and do give me feedback. If you need to install Git on your computer, if it's not already installed, the way you do that is go to windows.github.com if you're on a PC, or mac.github.com if you're on a Mac. You're welcome to do that right now if you want to kind of play along and follow along. The other option, those will install a graphical user interface and keep the command line up to date. If you want to just download the source code directly without all that other stuff, it's gitscm.com. Like I said, Git is an open source project, and it's the command line tools that track who made what change when. So the first kind of command that I want to talk about is git init, G-I-T-I-N-I-T. That is short for git initialize. First, you'll notice that every command in Git is obviously prefaced by the command git, and all the other commands are subcommands. So here, I'm making a directory called gman in the command line. I'm changing my command line into that directory, and I just simply type git init, and Git's going to make all sorts of folder structures and data and set up that folder to be tracked by Git itself. This is the first step you do for any project. If you're starting a new open source project, this is how you tell Git that you want it to track that folder that you're currently in. The second way you can kind of get a project onto your computer, let's say that you yourself, you found Gman, you went to github.com/benvalter/gman, you want to clone it down to your computer, you want to work on it locally to submit a patch or correct an issue. The command for that is git clone, followed by the URL to that repository, to that project. And so that would be the same project that you go to, the same URL that you go to in your browser, github.com/benvalter/gman. And Git's going to do all sorts of fancy things behind the scenes to create the directory, to set up the necessary directory structure, to clone down all the files, and make sure that you have all the branches and all the different commits that you need. That'll create, in this particular instance, if I just run the git clone command, that'll create a folder called Gman. I can then change into that folder and see the history and go ahead and start playing around with the files or using those files. So let's say I'm in that Gman folder. And the one thing I'll point out, I will make sure that Dave has an email to the direct URL as well. These slides are online, and there's also a Git cheat sheet that I will send along that goes through exactly how to go through this process if you want to go through this yourself. So the next command is git status. Git status tells you what is going on with that particular project. What files have been changed, what files are staged to be committed. So if I'm in that Gman project and I just type git status, it's going to say I'm on branch master, nothing to commit, working directory clean. What that means is I haven't made any changes to the project whatsoever since I initialized it or since I cloned it. Let's say I add a file. Here I added the file foo.markdown, but this could be a README file, it could be a Ruby file, it could be a Python file. If I do git status again, you'll notice now it says that there are untracked changes to the file foo.markdown. And what that's saying is, hey, you told me to keep track of what's going on in this folder. You made a change to something going on in this folder, but I'm not tracking it yet. Do you want me to track it? Let's say I also I added some content to that foo file. So if I add the word bar to foo.markdown, I do git status. I can see now that it tells me again the file foo.markdown has been changed. I can do git diff, which is short for git difference. and it'll tell me exactly what has changed from the previous version of the file or from the checked out version of the project to my version of the project. So that'll give me the kind of the delta in between what's currently sitting on my hard drive and what was last checked into version control. And here we just see the word bar was added to my foo.markdown file. So we've got a project, we've cloned it down, we've verified that we've made a change, we've seen exactly what that change is. We need to tell Git that we now want it to incorporate that change into the larger project. The command for that is git add, and then the name of the file. So again, if we start with git status, it says, hey, you've made changes to foo.markdown. I'll do, okay, great, git add foo.markdown. If I do git status again, it says you have changes to be committed. Foo.markdown is waiting to be committed. Git has the idea of what's called a staging area, or staging commit. So you have what's on your hard drive, which can be checked into version control. They might not be checked into version control. You do git add, which tells Git to stage that commit, or stage the changes in that file to be pushed up. You can add a bunch of stuff throughout time to group different files together. And then once it's staged for commit, you actually have to commit it. So you get it out of that staging environment and actually put it into the file history. And intuitively, the command for that is just git commit, and then you often then add that commit message alongside of it. If you forget to add a commit message, in most instances, Git will actually generate one for you and say, hey, I added the file foo.markdown, or I edited the file foo.markdown. But here I just did git commit -m, or git commit -message, the name of that message, and now all of a sudden that changed file is now in the history of the project. I can send that commit to a branch, I can send that commit through a pull request. That change is now held forever, and if I do git status again at the end of adding that file after committing it and adding it, you'll notice Git once again says the working directory is clean. It knows about everything. There's no difference between what's currently on my hard drive and what it knows is in version control. The other nice thing that happens automatically every time you do a commit, that commit gets a unique hash, a unique cryptographic hash that identifies it so that you know who made that change, it tracks when that change was made, and exactly what was changed. And multiple people could be working on the same file at the same time. They'll all get different hashes, and most of the time their changes won't conflict with each other. So I've been talking about commit throughout and commit history. This is the git log command. Git log gives you a log of all the changes that have been made to the project. So here we can see here's the different changes that have been made to Gman, adding file foo, adding some content to the foo file. Each one of those showing the author that made that change, exactly when that change was made, giving that change that unique cryptographic hash. This is that same black background, green text that we saw a couple minutes ago, and the same, slightly nicer view that we saw on GitHub.com. The last one to talk about is git push. So we've got our project, we've cloned it down, we've made a new branch, we've made commits, or no, we haven't done that. We've made commits to the project, we've added them, we've staged them. Now we need to push them back up to the project, to GitHub, so that other people can see those commits. So all you have to do is just simply type the command git push, and that will take any commits you have and push them back up to the primary repository. If you don't have the ability to write to that project, if you're not a collaborator, it'll give you a little nice warning, and you'll have to forget, which we'll get to in a second. But in short, you run git push, and that pushes your changes from your hard drive up to GitHub so that others can see them. And then the inverse of that would be git pull. If other people I know have made changes, I could run git pull, and it will pull those changes down and store those for me and update the local working copy on my machine. So just to review, git init is how you start the project from scratch. Git clone would be how you take an existing project and pull it down onto your machine. Git add and git commit are how you add changes, where you register changes with the project. Git push, how you get changes back up to the server, and git pull, how you get changes back down. So the last thing I want to talk about in the command line, and then talk a little bit about the graphic user interface and the web flow, and then leave it to you guys for questions, and hopefully give you guys some time to get back to the hackathon, is branching. So I mentioned branchings were kind of alternate realities, alternate versions of the project. The way that works in practice is I can type git branch at any time, and then it'll tell me what branch I'm on. The primary branch in Git is master. So if I'm in a project and I type git branch, it'll give me a big, hey, you're currently on the master branch. If I want to change branches, I could type git branch foo, and then it'll create the foo branch. Generally, these are going to be descriptively named branches, so I might create the rename sidebar branch, or change the color of the sidebar branch, or the rename this file branch. That just creates the branch, though. I need to actually switch into that alternate reality. So I would then run git checkout, the name of that branch. And now I have this parallel working space where I can make any changes I want, any commits, any adds, any pushes, any pulls, and it will not affect the primary project. The idea behind this is I can then go out and rapidly experiment, build out a feature. Multiple people can build out features in parallel without kind of conflicting with each other and being, and stepping each other's toes. And now that I'm on the foo branch, you notice if I run git branch a second time, you can then see that I'm on the foo branch, but that the master branch exists as well. So I've made this branch. I've made my changes. I've added those changes. I've stated the changes. I've committed the changes. And then I want to merge that branch, this foo branch, with this really awesome feature that we built, back into the master branch that becomes part of the primary project. That's as simple as switching over to the master branch. So git checkout master, and then just git merge foo will merge all the commits that had been made to the foo branch and bring them back into master. That doesn't affect who made those changes. It doesn't affect when those changes were made. All that is still stored. It actually even makes a special note about who made that merge, so we can see who went ahead and approved the idea of taking those proposed changes in that parallel branch and merging them into the primary project. If you're not a software developer, though, some of this might be a little bit daunting. It's black background, it's green text, it can be kind of intimidating. The good news is everything that I just mentioned you don't actually need to know in order to use GitHub. Git has multiple different graphical user interfaces, desktop clients for Mac, for Windows, both made by GitHub and made open source and made by other companies, that allow you to do everything that we just did via command line by simply clicking your mouse. So if I wanted to do that same exact operation of adding that foo file to the project Gman, I would simply open up the project in the GitHub desktop appliance, the desktop application. I would add my commit message here, adding foo, and simply hit commit. That automatically does everything we just did around git status, git diff, git add, and git commit, all by simply clicking a button. So again, we're making things a little bit easier, kind of lowering that barrier to entry. If I then wanted to push that change back up or pull anyone else's changes back down, just like if I was using Dropbox or any other kind of desktop application, I simply hit sync in the top right corner, and that's going to take care of automatically running git push and git pull for me, all in the background. So again, if you're not a developer, you just kind of want to test the waters of GitHub a little bit, mac.github.com and windows.github.com will install this really nice graphical user interface that will do all those behind the things for you without needing to actually learn command line. Last, I know I said you didn't have to know anything on the first couple slides. You actually don't need to know anything on the graphical kind of desktop slides as well. Everything that you can do via command line, everything that you can do via the desktop, you can also do through the web directly. So the primary kind of organizing tool on GitHub are organizations. Organizations are similar to Facebook groups on Facebook and organizations in the real world. So here is the City of Philadelphia's organization. You can see here some projects that they have. And if you go to github.com/City of Philadelphia, or you just Google City of Philadelphia GitHub, you'll be able to get to this page. Again, this is kind of that project listing. I can click on each one of these projects and get into that project itself. This is their flu shot spec. They went ahead and committed a CSV file, a spreadsheet of where to get flu shots within the City of Philadelphia, and open that up as a standard for other cities to collaborate on that spreadsheet. So again, not just using open source just for software, but also using it for data and actually kind of collaborating so that now Chicago came along and Philadelphia and San Francisco came along and are now sharing that flu shot spec. And I can go through and click on an individual file, and I can see that individual file rendered for me nice in my browser. And if I wanted to edit this file, so if I go to github.com/cityofphiladelphia/flu shot spec, find a file I want to change. I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer. Yeah, you can. I can just click that little pencil button right there, that edit button right there, whether it's a text file, whether it's a code file, whether it's a data file, and it pops up a nice editor for me where I can change the text, click some green buttons, and it'll automatically submit a pull request for me. So again, don't need to know command line, don't need to know that desktop software. Go to File, click Edit, and you can submit your proposed change. And here's just an issue on that project, just to show that issues don't necessarily have to be specific to software. They can be tasks. They can be kind of to-do items. And the last thing I want to touch on, and then I'll leave the last 10 minutes or so for questions, is the idea of forks. So I said the only person that can ever edit a project is the owner of that project. Going back to the example of the White House We the People petitions platform, I do not work for the White House. I should not have access to edit the White House website. I can, however, if I go to petitions.whitehouse.gov, and I see something that I want to change, I can make a copy of that project into my own account. So instead of being github.com/whitehouse/petitions, it'll be github.com/benvalter/petitions. And I can make any changes I want there. I can make branches, I can make commits, I can make forks, I can do merges, I can do anything I want that doesn't affect the White House project that they have or what's running on their servers. It's not until I then submit a pull request which says to the White House, hey, I'd like you to take what's in my fork and merge it into your primary project. Take my branch and merge it into the master of your project that you have running in production. And then the White House is the only one that can ever make that change. So like I said, when you're working on command line, if you go to do git push and it says, I'm sorry, you don't have permission to do that, you just run git fork, you'll get a fork of the project, and then you can push to your own fork and make any changes you need to do. We're going to talk about pull requests and diffs, and I think this is what we already, yeah. So I know that we have another speaker in about 10 minutes or so. It might be a little bit cumbersome given just the format and that I can't, it's not as much of a dialogue. But like I said, my email address is up there. My Twitter handle is up there. If you have any questions this weekend, if there's any way that I can be helpful, my job is just to help people take that kind of first scary step into open source, and I'm glad to stick around if it's possible to answer any questions via email, or just let you guys go get another cup of coffee, another soda before the next talk. So that's all I have prepared. I hope that was a quick, somewhat of a high-level overview of just the philosophy behind open source, the kind of high-level workflow of open source, and a little bit to be conversant in the nitty-gritty of how GitHub and commits actually work. With that, I'll turn the floor back to you all. And shut up. And if you have any questions, glad to chat. If not, like I said, glad to be helpful anytime in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Well, Ben's on the line. Sure.
So,
Ben, could you hear that?
No, I can hear you. Would you be able to repeat that?
Sure. Had a question. Is Git limited to just text files, or does it do other sorts of files?
Yeah, here, I think I can stop sharing my screen so you can actually see me, make this a little bit more human. There we go. Humans, good. Yeah, so Git has traditionally been used for software, for Ruby, for Python, but there's no reason that Git itself is format agnostic. There's no reason you can't commit an image file. There's no reason you can't commit a binary file. So there's kind of two big buckets that I'd point out. So Git can handle anything. That's not the issue. The issue is whether GitHub can give you any sort of value add on top of just tracking who made what change when. So if you commit a image file, a PNG, JPEG, SVG, even a Photoshop document, a PSD, Git will automatically be able to diff that file, so show you here's what was added, here's what was removed. You can swipe back and forth between them. And it also does that for other formats as well. GeoJSON, which is an open source, or open geospatial format, CSV files automatically get rendered through the web interface. So there's no limitation in terms of what files you can track within Git. If you track a docx file, a Word document, it'll still track different versions of the file, but you won't be able to compare differences between those versions in GitHub itself. You'd have to open up Microsoft Word to do that. But people are doing it using GitHub and using Git to track all sorts of things beyond just code. And every day, people, both GitHub and third parties, are adding different tools to be able to visualize those changes, which are really kind of the secret sauce behind open source and make it more collaborative than just using a Dropbox logo or something like that.
Cool, thank you. Anyone else?
You gave NGA as an example. You worked with them, and all that worked out for them to open source their capability.
So you've worked with NGA, you gave them as an example. How's it worked out for them? What do they think of the using the open source like this?
Yeah, NGA is one of my favorite examples because they put the software out there. And a lot of times when the government open sources software, they use it for public engagement to kind of garner goodwill or to create more of a dialogue with citizens. In NGA's case, it was actually useful software. It wasn't so specific to the government use case that other people could use it. It's crowdsourcing geospatial data. So I know a lot of private sector groups, nonprofits, took that code and spun it up and began using it, and then began submitting contributions back. But the part of the story that I like the best is 18F, the kind of startup within GSA, the General Services Administration, said, oh, hey, we have that same problem too. They took that code, they forked it, they made some changes to it, and then GSA actually submitted a pull request back to NGA with some changes features that they wanted to see. And then FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, actually went ahead and said, hey, this is great. We don't actually have to make any changes to it, and went and just deployed it directly to production. So you take NGA's code, modified by GSA, being put out in production by FEMA, and I think that's really the core of the value proposition for open source, especially in government, whereas if Coke puts out something and Pepsi uses it, it affects the other's bottom line. There's competition there. But if the Department of Commerce puts something out and the Army takes it, be it a FOIA request or the ability to publish a press release, the taxpayer dollar goes further. And that's the idea of open source. Solve the problem once and solve it everywhere. And from everything I understand, NGA has had nothing but positive feedback from their involvement.
Thank you. And as a side note, both myself and Dave Caraway work for 18F, so
oh yeah, that's
we can speak to that a little bit. So we love open source too. So.
Yay!
Any other questions? Okay, I think that's about it, Ben. Thank you.
The last thing just to leave you with, if you Google GitHub cheat sheet, I'm pulling up on the screen right here, right now. It's a really great cheat sheet that goes through everything that we just talked about. I don't know if you're able to see the URL for that at the top of the screen. Yeah, it looks like you can. If you look at the URLs right there in the top of the screen, but if you Google GitHub cheat sheet, I know it was kind of a very high-level overview, but that goes through everything that we went through and more, and it's great to keep up on your desk and have handy. But thanks very much. Again, I apologize that we weren't able to be there in person. I hope that we were still able to be helpful, and please let this be the start of a conversation.
Hey, before you go anywhere, I get to high five everybody, but since you're virtual, can we do virtual high five?
Hey!
Rock on. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
Later, man.
Bye.
Thanks for humoring me.
Okay. Alright. Dave is more into the loop here than I am, but let me see if I can get it set up. Here's seats galore. All right. You're up, and I can give you presentation. All right, Jeff. So you have presenter now. So you're right now your camera is showing, but what we'll do is we're gonna switch it real fast. Oh, sorry. X out just a second here. Or can you get me back into Google?
Yes, problems.
I just can't type. Oh, that is in Google. Okay. Can you? Oh man, you do have a lot of tabs.
Yeah.
If you could take me back to the one you were on, we'll switch it to do a screen view. Okay. Yeah. I could click that guy right there. And then yeah, do the entire screen. Yeah. Sure. Cool. All right. So now it does the infinite. Yeah, and you just switch to another tab now. So yeah. So switch back. Yes. Yay! Computer science. You can visualize it. Hanoi? Yeah.
We just got that yesterday. And then had a test one at the same time.
It's funny. We do have the unconference later. So.
All right. Well, thanks for taking some time to spend with us today. I got two team members with me today. Mike Clark. Mike, raise your hand. Jeff Scott. Jeff. So those guys are actually going to do most of the talking. So my name's Jeff Hughes. We're from Tenant 3. It's a local company here in Dayton. And we primarily do cybersecurity analytics. And the knack or the angle that we're taking on this is looking at adversary versus defender costs. So can we compute quantitative metrics? And so we've done some work in that regard, and this is sort of how how we're approaching our business. But to do our business, we're trying to look at a lot of different types of data. To answer this question at the bottom here, how much security is enough? What we're doing is we're trying to look at a lot of different types of data that come off of complex cyber-physical systems. And then what we hope to talk to you about today are things that help us start to get to this kind of metric data. So this metric data, I know it's hard to see from back in the back of the room, but there's two bars here. There's a blue bar and a red bar. And the red bar is a computation of adversary costs, how much it might cost to break a certain security control. And the blue bar is a cost of how much it might take a defender to keep that security control in place and operating well, right? So if you're designing a secure system, you want to pick controls from this side, okay? You don't want to put all your effort into putting in a security control that doesn't work very well, right? So these are the kind of computations we try to do. But as I said, to do this, and the guys will get into this, we look at a lot of data visualizations and computations based off these data visualizations. So with that, let me sit down and get Jeff Scott up here. And Jeff can walk you through some of the things that the guys have been working with on D3.
So we've got these complex systems that we're trying to understand, trying to analyze. Lots of data. We found D3 as a useful way of presenting that data, interacting with it. D3 is a way of not only visualizing the data, but also changing it dynamically, interacting with it. It's all JavaScript based. It's an open source project built by Mike Bostock, I think out of Stanford University. So I'm going to just hit some of the highlights, some of the basic concepts, how you make use of it, and then Mike's going to show you some examples of things that we've done with it. So say you've got a bunch of log data. Lots of useful nuggets in there, but not very useful from the human standpoint, just trying to go through lines and lines and lines of this data. There are lots of tools out there, but lots of different ways we could approach it. One of the things, just as a teaser, that we've done, it's parse this log data, kind of massage it into a graph type representation to show the connections and the types of things that we might be interested in. And we can use D3 visualize that data, but visualize it in a way that we can also browse it and interact with it. So this is the same, some of the same data showing just different aspects of the logs. These purple ones are the status codes coming back from the resource requests. And so immediately we can say, well, these were not successful attempts. So what kinds of things was the person trying to hit? And you can see these do not look like legitimate requests. Right off the bat, we can jump right to these sorts of things. And of course, it's a little cluttered right now, so you can move stuff around, fix it in place. You can do whatever, almost whatever you can think of. You can collapse nodes. But just a little bit of a teaser there. But what kind of the philosophy behind D3? They do focus on web standards. So it's not like another whole library built out of scratch. They make use of HTML, CSS, and in particular SVG. And they just make it easy to interact with these technologies by using a functional and declarative style. Declarative doing a bunch of procedural coding where you're telling exactly how you want the computer to do this stuff. You just say what you want it to do and it does it. But the API that D3 provides has a lot of functions that kind of abstract away the types of behavior that you might want to apply. But really, it's a data-centric approach to visualization. You can do selections like you can with jQuery or a lot of other libraries to get a set of elements in your DOM, but then you could bind those elements to your data, and you just pass these from function to function, and they're chainable. And D3 provides a lot of useful functions that can perform transformations, add certain elements to the DOM, remove elements, style the elements, add attributes. They have layouts you can kind of use right out of the box. And as I said, all these visualizations are interactive, so you can change things dynamically. So, very basic selectors. D3 has them too, and they're pretty simple, straightforward. A selector basically just returns a set of elements in your DOM, and then you can pass that through. You can just keep passing that data or that selection around to different functions and apply transformations like styling, showed here. But rather than just select like jQuery does, you can bind your data. This is some code from that little key showing the different. This area right here, just a very basic part, not very interactive, but. I have just an array of the types of values that I wanted to show there. I have a selection, and then third line down, we're binding that data to the selection, which is going to be anything that has the .key or the key class, which nothing has that class yet, which is a little thing that's funky in D3 to get your mind wrapped around, but you can. You're basically creating the binding of that data to anything with that class to start with, and then the key.enter basically refines that selection. Any data that you have extra that hasn't been bound to an element, if there's an element missing, you can then create that element, which is what we do with the append circle. So basically, we're appending a circle for every data element that doesn't exist yet, and then we're going to add that class to it, attribute class key, and then you can add the x and y coordinates for that circle. And here's another useful thing in D3 where you can the values don't just have to be static properties like they are in typical CSS. You can compute them dynamically there, which it's computing the y coordinate based on the index of the string, that array. And then the dot exit is similar to the dot enter. It just, if there's data that has been removed from the data set, and this is assuming that you're going to be doing this a couple times or over and over again. You're going to run through this set, and if the data set changes, it'll make sure it'll only have to worry about the DOM elements that don't match up with the data anymore. So basically, it's a way of refining down how much, how many elements in the DOM have to be worked on or transformed every single time you use it. All right. So now to some of the examples.
I'm going to sit because I'm going to be doing some interactive stuff here. So my name is Mike. Sometimes I think my name should be Jeff. It's Jeff and Jeff.
We call him Jeff.
It happens. So what I want to show you is some visualizations that we've built using network data, whether it's log data from a web server. This one in particular comes from flow data off of our router. And so we can see kind of how this helps you to understand what's going on either on your servers, on your network, and hopefully it'll convince you to use D3. So this one here is, this is a, what they call a chord chart or a chord diagram. You have around the perimeter of the circle, we have all the different hosts that we're being talked to or talking on our network at this point in time. So this was, I think, about a day of network capture traffic. And I plotted it using basically just the example code that they give you on D3's website. And you can see, so let's say we have the host, then you have these lines or these chords between two different hosts that are talking to one another. And it's interactive. You can hover over one of the hosts and it'll show you just who they're talking to. So immediately you know who's talking to who. I know exactly who this machine is talking to. I grouped all of the kind of external hosts. I don't know if you can really see it there, but this one says external. That's all the external hosts outside of our network. So you can see who this machine is talking to the external host, and it's also talking to that one down there, which is our DNS server. So when you look at this, what kind of information can you get out of this sort of diagram immediately? Well, you can, first off, you can tell who's talking the most, what network traffic, which hosts are causing the most amount of traffic on the network, right? So this host over here has quite a bit of the traffic, and in fact, if you hover over that, it'll tell you that's 47.4% of the traffic. Yeah, you can see it there on the little tooltip. You can also see who they're talking to on each individual chord in the diagram. You can see how much of that traffic was this host to, in this case, external. So 30% of the network capture was that host talking to the external internet. So this host is talking a lot to the internet. And in the other direction, it was 0, I believe, yeah, 0.0%, which that's good. I mean, this is an internal host. The internet should not be able to create connections to this internal host, right? Let me see if there's some other good examples. I'll go on. So that's a chord diagram. It's good for visualizing proportionality of data, things like that, and even getting information on, in this case, who's talking to who in the network. The second one here is what they call a sunburst. The sunburst is really good for hierarchical data. So on the top there, I show what the hierarchy is of this data. This data came from our web server. I pulled our web server, got all the IP addresses that were making requests to our web server, and then did reverse DNS lookups. I did geolocation lookups, and then structured in this hierarchy. So we start on the inner ring, inside of the circle there is the country. You step out and it goes to a region, and I'll show you in a minute, when you click on those, you'll start driving into the different layers of the hierarchy. So you can get down to the city, the host name from the reverse DNS lookup, and then even down to the IP address. So this one's really cool because you can see immediately, you can see, okay, well, the majority of the traffic on our web server is coming from the US. And I didn't have time to do it, but you could compute percentages and throw percentages in there too. The next largest, Canada. After that, no big surprise here, China. And we can drill into that data a little bit. So now here is China. So now we're looking at the regions. We have Beijing and Guangdong, and you can see exactly you can see kind of the proportions of that data, and you can also then display the number of occurrences in that log file. I think this was a couple weeks, a week or two of log data on our web server, and only 8 from Beijing. Anybody know what is so from Guangdong you can go out the next layer, Shenzhen. Anybody know what's there? Universities.
That was the big. Trying to remember the organization. It was the big attack that was the source of the.
Yeah, so there's some hacker schools there.
What are they looking for? So Guangdong is like, I think okay, so there are 2 cities that next to each other. Shenzhen is like where all the like Tencent, all the big, some of the big Chinese tech companies are there.
Okay.
And Guangdong might have some, and Shenzhen is like the big like manufacturing area where they do all the like Apple like iPhone assembly stuff.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's cool. So we can drill down even further. We have Shenzhen in the middle. Then we get down to the host name in our hierarchy there. So one, I don't know what cnsat.com.cn is. Somebody here might know. But the other one was no host name. So this service that I used for doing the reverse DNS lookup, they didn't have a host name for that. You can drill down even further. These are a lot of IP addresses, and they're all kind of from the same range. And you look at the log data, it was all scanning for open vulnerabilities on the server. So kind of interesting. Yeah.
I know there's like IP ranges that are like supposed to be defined to be like not associated with regions at all. They're used for like CDNA or like other types of control systems. They can also be used. They can be exploited to be like spoofed. Do you happen to have do you happen to handle cases where IP addresses can be spoofed?
Well, so in this case, all I was using was I wish I'd written down the name of but there's a website out there where you can send just a simple request. So the script I wrote used curl, sent a request with the IP address in the kind of the REST API type thing, and it comes back with some JSON data that has all this information. With spoofed IPs, yeah, in the logs of the web server, I mean, it's going to show up with spoofed IP, and I don't know any good ways off the top of my head to figure out whether or not it's spoofed. But going kind of along the lines of what you were saying there, I thought this was really interesting when I was looking at the data. So we have the EU, European Union. We go in there. Null was the region. Null was the city. No host name was all of that traffic. And then finally you get out to the IPs, and there are a couple of different IP addresses. So yeah, it's very, very possible.
The more big they are, the more likely they are to be. I would think maybe trouble.
Yeah.
Especially.
Yeah. So who knows? Let me go a little bit into the U.S. here, so we can see kind of which states are hitting our website. Ohio, yeah, it's a pretty common one. In fact, I think a lot of the Ohio traffic is from Dayton, but California, this one was kind of interesting. So the vast majority is in Mountain View. Anybody know who's there? Google. You look around this, the host names, they're all Googlebot.
Is this your website?
Yeah, this is our web server. This Palo Alto, that one was interesting. Anybody know what Yandex is? Yeah, it's a Russian search engine, but Russian version of Google. So we had Yandex. crawling, looking, indexing the site. So these sunburst diagrams are really good for hierarchical data, like I said. In this case, I was using geolocation type information, but really anything you can think of, TCP/IP or the whole networking stack is hierarchical, right? So you could come up with a way to put that in here and visualize that. Yeah.
My question would be: could something similar to this be used for, like, say, trying to find out if, say you had a listing of properties that have been left unused, and you decided to, like, figure out where all of it went, kind of like to see if there was a commonality of where their locus is happening.
Yeah, so you're talking like on a website, if you have, say, pages or resources that are not very used, or
Well, I'm just thinking.
or just some sort of.
See, like, if there were commonalities, as like certain neighborhoods in a city might have more houses that were, you have more tax delinquent.
Yeah. So you could. I think there's a lot of sorts of visualizations you could do with that. I know, like, crime data, for example, is very hierarchical in nature, and so you could do that. You could say, okay, of this certain crime type, what percent is in this category, what percent's in that category, things like that. So yeah, pretty much with the sunburst, any sort of hierarchical data that you can come up with, it's a good way to visualize it. And then in this case, I did a bi-level. That in D3, I could have shown everything all in one, and then you can start zooming in from there. I mean, they have tons of different ways you can do this sort of sunburst data. It's pretty cool. This one, so D3, people have built kind of their own libraries off of D3, and this one was called Event Drop. So this was looking at how do you show events, any sort of event you can come up with. In this case, I picked 3 of our servers that are publicly accessible and looked at their logs. So these were web servers, and so I had 4 different servers, and I gathered it was about a month worth of data, and I just took each event in the log file and took its timestamp, and then we drop it in there, and it shows. So you can get a good idea right off the bat of which server is hit the most, which server has maybe sporadic activity. So this bottom one, there were 952 events in there, which, I mean, that's pretty good, but it was in, like, really, what, 2 days, it looks like? So a lot of traffic at once and then nothing. A lot of traffic at once and then nothing. And you can do that. Another thing I thought with this, and this example, I mean, you couldn't really do it here with these ones, but you might have servers where there's some correlation between traffic. So you might see a lot of traffic, a lot of hits on one server and another server at the same time. And so you could look vertically down and see, where do I see clusters that happen at the same time? And with this event drop, so I can hover over the different events and it'll tell me the timestamp there. You could put any data you wanted as long as you had it, right? But you can also then, let me see if this will work. You can zoom in. And I need to play with the zoom in a little bit more. It's a little slow for my like. But you can see how, so now all of a sudden these are separating a little bit, and you get the opacity kind of represents the density of the traffic on that web server at that time. And one of the reasons why I went with looking at log data as opposed to, say, Google Analytics is your log data is going to have everything, right? Google Analytics, if I turn off JavaScript, I'm not going to show up in Google Analytics. If somebody's trying to attack my web server, they're not going to load the Google Analytics JavaScript code so that I know where they're coming from and how long they stayed on this page, you know what I mean? So that's why I chose to look at log data. Let's see if we can, I'll zoom in here. So let me go back to one of those red clusters. Where was it? There's one. So I can zoom, zoom way in here, and you'll see at what granularity that data occurred. Yeah, I can't zoom fast enough. And you'll notice here on the left-hand side, it's updating the totals, right? So now, this is all on October the 4th, no, October the 3rd at about 3 p.m. So we had 5 hits on this server, 2 hits on this server, and 479 on this other server. So that's kind of interesting. You can keep zooming in. I think it goes down into the, like I took the other day, I took it into the like microseconds or something like that. But now finally, once we get in close enough, within, what, 10 minutes was the 479 hits.
Both
So
of those run Fridays. Both
yeah.
Friday and the other one run Fridays. They run at the same time.
Interesting. Yeah, that's funny. I hadn't noticed that. But you can see how, you know, with this kind of a plot with your event viewing, you get that sort of information. And there's also, I mean, there's lots of ways that we can try and customize this, make it a lot better for somebody to visualize interesting data. This last one that I want to show you is probably my favorite. You can recreate Windows 95 screensavers in D3. There you go.
A little choppy.
Oh, yeah, it looks a lot better over here. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So there you go, screensavers. So I think that was that. Any other questions? Yeah.
What's up with your website?
I don't know.
It's just a page.
Oh, the page of that website?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
We are a security company, so we don't like to give out much information. No.
Yeah. So you mentioned you use mostly like log inspection. I know it's popular for a lot of intrusion prevention systems and detection systems. Have you ever thought about like moving into actually like as opposed to log inspection, like inspecting packets as they arrive? I know that's very expensive, but it also gives you like, it kind of like buys you time to investigate packets before you pass them all the way through. I guess it depends on like the priority of like whether they want things right away or whether they want to sanitize first.
Right.
But I know that's one thing that's like a new revenue that a lot of cybersecurity firms are moving into.
Kind of the deep packet inspection in real time, right? It's very costly. Moving to in real time is something that we're very interested in. So like some of these plots, all of these plots in D3, you can stream data to them and get it to. I mean, so this thing would be updating automatically on the fly as to what the percentages are, what the connections are, that sort of stuff. Same with this one.
Do you have a real-time visualization for NetFlow data?
We don't right now, no. But yeah, real-time stuff is definitely very interesting to us. Somewhere we're going. Yeah.
I noticed how you mentioned it would kind of be like make things look like screensavers. But what if you could make a screensaver that actually had functional use? Like while it's on your computer, it was just like certain server actions or certain real-time scale, and you can actually feel like instead of having to log in and figure everything out, you can actually see something.
Yeah, it's right there.
And be able to say, oh, that's okay.
Yeah, you couldn't do that with D3, but I'm sure you could do that with any other, say, screensaver programming library. I've never written a screensaver, so I don't know how bad it is. Yeah.
They're all dynamic web elements, so that you can, they can trigger any action you want.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else?
I know D3 supports a ridiculous number of different types of plots. What do you guys find most useful? I mean, is it go back to bar charts and line graphs? Or
Yeah. I don't know, Jeff. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that
Either Jeff.
Yeah. My opinion on that is that that's an area of active study. Even with like folks in the 7th 11th here and the FRL, they're actively looking at issues of what kind of presentations make the right kind of sense for certain types of data. Sure. And it has an element of user preference. It has an element, obviously, really informed by the data model. And so that is an area that we're actively looking at, particularly for some of this
security-related data, what really kind of makes sense. How do you grab it and display it quickly, and it has an intuitive feel to it. I don't think that's a done thing by any means. If you look at a lot of security dashboards that are out there, you know, you have your typical pie and bar and like charts.
Yeah. One thing I forgot to mention on these ones, I meant to tell you kind of what I had to do to get this to work, right? So in this, for the chord diagram, it's basically, I had to give D3 a CSV file with all the hosts and then the colors for it to display, and then to get the links between them, I had to pass it an adjacency matrix. So it was basically, if there were n hosts, it'd be an n by n matrix where the entries specified what percent of, in this case, what percent of the flows that occurred on the network in that time were between those two hosts. I don't know if that makes sense. This one was basically JSON data. I took our log files, got all the IPs out, did the reverse lookup, and then it was JSON data of the hierarchies. So you had your first node in your JSON data. It was kind of like a Python dictionary. I'm more like think Python instead of JavaScript, but so I'll talk at it as if it were Python. A dictionary with an element called children, and then that was an array of all of its children. Each child was a dictionary it had a name and then a children element with another array, and so it kept going down. And then in the very bottom of the hierarchy, I had just a size value to tell it what percent of the circle were the children, and then it automatically computed it all the way back up to the middle here. So I told it how often that IP address occurred in our log data, and it came back and said, okay, well, for that IP address, how many times does that host appear? So if there were multiple IPs associated with the host name, then it would show up. It would automatically count them up, sum them up, and then it would go back to the city, count up how many times that city occurred, and keep going from there. This one was basically just an array, or I think it was an associative array, where you had, or a dictionary again, where you had the server name. I had 4 elements in that array, and in the dictionary, and then their values for that key value pair was an array of timestamps. So not a lot of stuff. I wrote just a couple of Python converter scripts that would take the data that we had, convert it into the way that D3 needed it, and it's done. To get it to stream, you'd have to be basically changing the JavaScript data structures, and then D3 would automatically redraw. And this one I just copied and pasted from D3's website. Nothing too fancy. Anything else?
I missed the beginning of his question, so maybe it's the same thing. But can you put up your the chord graphing?
Oh yeah.
So this is an attractive figure, and you can learn a lot from the figure. It's a snapshot in time.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on how, so you've looked at this, and then if you look at it next week, and then next week, in your brain, you'll start to build up a norm. And then you would then, as a human, recognize the difference when you brought the next one. But how can you work working time into this chart is probably too hard, but how do you help detect changes? And what visualization styles can help detect that as a complex network kind of information with anomaly detection? When does stuff change?
Mm-hmm.
And are there visualizations that you really like that can speak to that?
Yeah, so one that I've seen is kind of a stacked, almost like a stacked 3D type view where you'd have different snapshots in time. We've looked at almost like playing a movie, where you can go back and rewind, say, okay, well, what was going on right here? Fast forward, okay, and then you can start looking at how you compare that in your own mind. So there's some that we have looked at. I'm sure there's people are coming up with all sorts of new ones all the time that, and it's really, the real question is, once you have a visualization like that, how do you know how good it is? Do you do a human study, or are there other things that you can look at to figure out how good it is for that target application. Yeah, it's a very good question, a very open area of research, I think. Not just in cybersecurity either, you know.
I'm not in cybersecurity, but that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
It's the same problem. I was hoping you were gonna
Yeah.
like drop 6 awesome graphs on there. But the stacking these,
Yeah.
it makes it easy to play through them. That's the part that I don't do.
Right.
I think that's more.
One that I had really wished to try with this one was, have you seen the XKCD movie narrative plots?
No.
So Google that, the XKCD, like basically they had these timelines of all the characters in different movies, like Lord of the Rings, and it would show when they were in the movie and who they were with, you know. So, and that would be a kind of a cool one to show, I think.
There's a, my boss did one of Les Mis.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Layers in right. Graph.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there, people have done them in D3. I don't know what XKCD did them in, but yeah. Yeah.
If you had dynamic data coming in in the right format, couldn't you just put a refresh on the JavaScript and just have it change the display?
Oh yeah, yeah. So like with this one, or really any of these, you could have it. Right. Right. So they'll have, you can use, say, like a memory store in JavaScript and attach D3 to that, and it'll automatically redraw when something changes, I believe. Is that right, Jeff? Yeah.
What's the timeline for creating a graph? Is it intensive at all? Time or?
No, I mean, I did, each one of these maybe took me an hour or two, 3 hours
Well,
maybe.
if you had all the data
Yeah.
set up in that situation, computation-wise, would it take?
Oh, no, in fact,
There's some examples of streaming or feeding it live data.
yeah, so this one's kind of interesting. There are what, 7, 8, 9, say 1,400 events being displayed right here. And I didn't do the best job at this, and I'll have to admit my my programming here, I was a little rushed. So the one converted into a date value in JavaScript, so basically create new date and then the value from the JSON. So it's iterating over all of those, and I mean it's pretty fast.
I think Internet 3 has a real-time graph of that.
Yeah, but it's pretty good with lots of data, and it's pretty fast.
Sometimes with things you get crazy computation.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else? I'll leave you with the screensaver then. Thanks. Oh, you know, I'd like to do that. I was hoping.
Can you do sprites? Do you have a sprite feature in your?
Well, thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
released it of them attaching a mobile phone to like a quadcopter and showing how like from literally zero data they can make this phone completely aware of the room that it's in and like push it like halfway across the room and it'll fly right back to its original position. Like no problem.
And if the accuracy is down to centimeters right now, 2 years from now it's going to be millimeters. It's just going to
I mean, anything sub-centimeters.
It's going to be outstanding in no time.
Sync with the 3D printer.
Yeah. Well, and they're actually doing that. So let's hit the next slide. So PressureNet, this is an interesting app. So now you've got information on these devices, barometer and stuff. Like I said, that's a barometer on there. So what do you do with all this barometer data? Everybody's got a phone. Now they all have barometers on. So you can now begin to do what they call nowcasting instead of forecasting, right? Or current casting, which is a very short window. What's going to happen in the next so many minutes in whatever area? I used to rollerblade all the time. I can't tell you how many times I went on weather something or another and looked up the hourly forecast, and there's 0% chance of rain for the next 4 hours. Go out on the bike path and get the Xenia and rain. And rain on rollerblades is a really bad idea. So you just can't get that good of a forecast currently, but with the new data they will be able to. Yeah.
Isn't that barometer also used to measure your height in a building or whatever, or how many stairs you're going?
I don't know if that amount of accuracy is there. I'll bet it will be if it isn't, and could be used for that within the building. That's an excellent question. I just don't have the right answer to that.
When you take a picture of a phone like that, yes, the tags that go to high elevation.
Got it.
I don't know how you do like the sensitivity of the barometer to detect small differences in pressure.
It doesn't.
You're 11,000 feet.
Well, it doesn't sound like it's accurate because they'd have to use a combination of GPS and pressure. They'd have to use GPS to get the baseline altitude, and they would have to use pressure. The pressure's just not that sensitive. Neither is GPS. When we're talking about heat.
And pressures are going to change. But what's useful when you collect all this information for an area
I was about to say,
is the differentiating
you
between.
collect 60,000 phones in a 6-mile radius that all have barometers on them.
Yeah.
Right. Now
that's when you start to be able to predict information.
So how many of you have ever been up close and personal with a tornado? I multiple times have been, and if you've never been, the experience can be amazing and scary at the same time. But you see a front moving toward you, and all of a sudden the air starts moving the opposite direction, and some of the lower lying clouds start moving the opposite direction, and it's time to get the hell out of there because something's going to drop from the sky, and you can feel the barometric pressure change. Well, so now if you're sleeping and you can't see all this and you're not feeling all this, but your phone and your neighbor's phone and all these phones are going off and you went to bed anyway because it was a warning for 3 counties, what's the likelihood a tornado is going to hit your house? So I don't go to basement, I just go to sleep. But my phone could wake me up and say, get to the basement because, it's going to be your house and your neighbor's house and the guy on the other side. And you guys are in trouble and you got, 30 seconds to get to the basement. I'd like to have that. So it's useful to me, but there are things that you can do with this information that, maybe not what you want done. So go to the next one here. Just one more example of a sensor. This is a monitoring system. Let's see, what does this one do? Sorry, I didn't write the presentation. Yeah, it's a really cool smart way of fine. This one does temperature, perspiration, and skin conductance constantly, and it syncs with your phone and uploads the data to the web. So we'll get the next one. What do they do with that? So this is kind of an interesting, how do you use this data? This is on a personal level. So this is a single person walking around with these measurements. And what does this tell you, right? What's their stress level? And so, you know, you're walking and your stress level moves up and down. But right here, you're crossing, this person's crossing a busy street with 3 lanes each way. So their stress level.
That looks like a 3-lane highway. They probably went under it. There's a bridge right there.
Yeah. I know actually I believe in this study that this is a crosswalk.
Oh.
They went through on that. Yep. So that's a cool thing to measure. And it's good to measure. So what do you got to worry about? Like so all these sensors are on your phone now. And so let's just take nefarious hackers out of the equation. So let's assume you've got software on there that doesn't want hackers on your phone, right? The apps themselves present an enormous threat to your privacy. Every app you download, I think the Flashlight app on Android, if you've ever downloaded the Flashlight app, right, it has several permissions. It needs access to all of your contacts, and all kinds of different things, just to turn on a bright light so that you can find things. The average app requires 9 permissions. And the main reason is that when, one of the great things in reusable code is you don't have to rewrite everything every time. So what, people start leaning on just the Android basic libraries, but people writing applications decided, hey, I'll take my software and I'm going to put it out here, and it collects all these different things, but people will use it for free because it's software they don't have to write. But now I'm getting the data, so I write an application, and all of a sudden my application requires 9 permissions that I didn't think I needed, but I'm not going to change it because I don't want to write all that code myself. I'm including AirPush as one of those libraries. It's a big a library a lot of applications use, and it's a lot of why every app requires access to all kinds of your information. Be able to access the camera and your pictures and your microphone and everything else, geolocation, all because whoever wrote the app used AirPush to do a lot of the coding for them.
So doesn't Apple, like in the newer iOS versions, like they set everything default to not to turn on it? So
yeah, so Apple's added some granularity there, but in not enough granularity. And
what I've heard from people who does Android saying like basically you're saying like every Android phone is asking everything.
yeah, every Android is really bad for asking for everything. iPhone, you may say that these things aren't going to have all these permissions, but your data is going up to the cloud.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, day one, Apple takes all the data because they sell it.
Right.
Google takes all the data because they sell it. So even if you tell the apps no, Google has your contacts list.
Isn't that how Google uses, like, predicts traffic?
They all kinds of stuff.
That's our answer.
Yeah, they're taking your data with or without. I mean, because just to hold the phone, you're giving it to at least Google. But now, the real concern with the apps is, somebody from, Romania or someplace like that, is now getting your health data. So, yeah. In any case, it's very important. Yeah, kudos. But of the top 100 paid and top 100 free apps on Google Play, required almost all of them require the phone ID, your location, access to your contacts list, right? So Apple was no better, and none of the apps that were in this study, were found to contain malware at all. This is why write malware? Just write an app and say, hey, I want all of your data, and you get all the data. So let's head on to the next one. So how do we know all your data goes out? Well, everybody that owned one of these Jawbone, yeah. So you guys have probably all seen this chart, right? Jawbone is similar to this pedometer type thing, right? So it's counting your steps. And yours is a Jawbone? Yeah. I've got, I don't know, Fitbit, I think is what this is. Somebody bought it for me. In any case, did everybody know that all of your data is getting uploaded and collected at a concentrator for Jawbone? People don't realize that, but so the people took that data and make this plot, which is very interesting. So this is the Napa earthquake in August, right? South Napa, big earthquake, and within a 25-mile radius of the epicenter, almost everybody woke up in the middle of the night. And as you go out by distance, you see that less and less people were awakened by the earthquake. It's really cool, really interesting, and it's scary as hell because they've got your data you didn't know about. So they know when you're sleeping and when you're awake. I think Santa Claus probably uses one of these because they know all this about you, and they have your information because it's associated with the unique device.
They're going all the way to the bank, right?
Right. And in any case, let's get to the next. So here's something else very interesting. So these guys at Rutgers University said, hey, gosh, you get the progressive thing that measures your velocities, and it's only velocity information, so, that's not a big security threat, so they're just going to collect that, and you're going to get cheaper insurance if they find that your driving profile looks like a safe profile. Well, these guys at Rutgers said, okay, well, you tell me where your house is, and give me that data, which is all being collected and available, and I can tell you basically everywhere you go during the day with just your velocity data. By predicting, I know you're slowing down, well, that means you're coming to an intersection, and then how much you accelerate one way or another, they can start to predict the different paths that you're going to take. Were you really going to where you said for lunch, or were you headed by some hotel? But that information's out there, and it's being freely uploaded. And those same types of sensors are right here on your phone. So that information.
21st century pirates.
Yeah. Let's head to the next one. This is the coolest. If you guys have never heard of gyrophone, anybody heard of this?
No.
Oh, Fiona. All right, well, you don't get to. So the cool thing here is, we're talking about the accelerometers and the gyro sensors in these devices, so that Google can do the cool Tango thing and measure stuff, and it's really well, tracks where you're positioned, right? Well, how do you get such good accuracy? You have a high sample rate on what is essentially a microphone, because it measures forces and vibrations, right? So the guys at Rutgers decided, hey, it's Stanford, a couple of them, but the paper came out of Rutgers. In any case, they said, let's see if we have enough voice that aliases down into what gets sampled, that we can record the accelerometer for somebody and be able to figure out what their credit card numbers are and things of that nature, right? Work? All right. They were able to, detect which numbers were spoken, not as well as I would like, but well enough that with a little bit of work, you could see that pretty quickly, even though you might say, I'm turning off the microphone on my phone, people could be listening to you, even if, that the microphone's on. Or you're in in a red wall, or different modes, we turn stuff on and off way below Android. So we turn it off to the Linux level, and we don't let the driver live. So the microphone driver is not there. Nothing can communicate with the hardware. Some clown is still going to pipe in and listen to your phone, and listen to your phone calls, your personal discussions, when the phone is even just sitting on your hip. So that's a real thing, and it will get worse. And the more accurate sensors that they put on these things, the more dangerous this becomes. Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, there it is, and that's us again. Right along. So, yeah.
So this gyrophone thing, they're able to pick up your speech by just the vibrations of the gyroscope?
Yeah. I don't know if you ever saw some of the old movies, right, where got the incandescent light bulb, and they measure power, right? Because the light bulb is a microphone. It's a glass orb that vibrates when you speak, just like shining a laser at a window. And you can, it affects the amount of current flowing, and they can listen in to a room.
It's kind of like the movie Eagle Eye, with Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah.
When they use the vibrations off of the coffee cup.
Yeah.
Speech patterns. Yeah. They do that.
Well, didn't they just start adding speech back to silent films from the 10s and 20s? Using some of those methods, right? They were like analyzing something in the frames, and they were able to actually pull back the audio. So
That's impressive. I have not heard that.
yeah, I'll look that up.
I would be very interested to learn. Because, in general, our interest is in, we're putting out the secure phone. That's our primary interest, but we're also interested in what types of things can we do combining pattern recognition techniques to the data that comes off of these sensors. Had a discussion with one of the biggest phone OEMs last week for the business, and they expressed a very strong interest, not in funding research, but in purchasing products that use the sensors that they're throwing on these phones to identify the speaker or the user of the phone in unique ways that are harder to break, and also whether or not the person's locked. So government's not big on thumb scan. There's a lot of things that can be broken, right? So that somebody came out with breaking the iPhone's thumb scan within a few days or something. There are techniques to do all these things. These guys are looking for, and they pay large sums of money. So if you guys have interest,
Are they looking for like a multifaceted
Yeah.
information method? Because I know that with some of the web stuff, they're starting to do, multi-factor authentication. That you end up logging in, and then it says, "Oh, we sent a text message of this number to your phone. What is that number? What is that number?"
Yep, absolutely. That's the only way I talk to my bank. I won't talk to my bank any other way. Because I have the guy who architected our software, he spent most of his life breaking into stuff. He's scary. He's great.
So with so you said that you mentioned that the software that you use or the operating system that you're pushing, just essentially what is context switching. Do you use the SEL4 kernel to do that? Are you using SE Linux to do that, or
SE Linux runs. The architecture of our system is we put a shim in under the Linux kernel.
Okay.
And then we use logical volume management to change the way we boot. So everything above SE Linux, all the whatever the Android is on the device, that is all there. If we need to modify stuff at the Android level, we typically go in and reverse engineer or modify the Smalley code and stick it back on the phone, that kind of stuff. So
to switch context, you have to turn your phone off.
right now, we completely do a SOC reboot.
Okay, that's
because
good.
our main customer is intelligence community, DoD, and people like that. If we expand into some of the other markets where waiting 25 seconds to go from work mode to home mode becomes a factor. I don't like the 25 seconds, but every time they come back from talking to the government customers, everybody says, oh man, that's not long at all. And so then I lose the argument. Even though I'm the CEO, I get over.
What user cues do you give to help your government customers remember that they're in a certain mode versus not in a certain mode? What user interface elements do you do to help with that?
What we generally do, or what we recommend, is we can set it up however they like. But we have, so we recommend you use the red wall wallpaper, right, that's in the mode. So that that was a secure mode. Based on what color it is, it's which mode you're in, and then there are all kinds of other indicators that we can throw on. What we provide is an ability to, for the end customer, is a corporation or an organization, to say, okay, well, we want 3 modes. In this mode, we want this and this and this and this. We have a tool set that really quickly lets you design those different partitions. So what apps do you want on it? How big do you want the partition to be? What things should be allowed? What shouldn't be allowed? How do we indicate this? Do you need a CAT card to get into the mode? Do you need a CAT card while you're in the mode?
Do your CAT code enabled phones?
We have the
reader on the back.
You do? We don't sell the whole phone.
Okay.
So our customers are people who sell phones.
Do they make phones that accept CAT cards?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah, there are CAT card readers for Android and iPhone.
I didn't know that.
Okay, that helps with the context. In terms of that helps with the user knowing that they're going into a serious mode. If they go with their card, so that helps. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, I was gonna say that'd be kind of a funny thing to see someone walking down the street with a card sticking in the back of their phone.
We have modes where if you're in this mode, you have to have a micro SD card that has certain like type 1 crypto, say, because we're not going to stick that on a regular phone. So that's all embedded in hardware. If you don't have that in your device at the time, you can't be in that mode. So, but again, it's all depends on what the end customer needs. Are they So, are they gonna walk into a skiff someday, hopefully, be able to use the device and then not have to shred it to walk out of the skiff. So you got to move out of that mode based on geofencing or, one of the many different ways that we can force it out of that mode to walk out, which means all that data is left encrypted.
So I know that on some level you can force the Linux kernel that's on Android devices to run 2 users at the same time, which it kind of acts like a sort of like a pseudo rootkit in a sense, where it still has access to all the hardware and the SIM card and such on the same level as the operating system. Is your technology?
Yeah, we have, so besides the temporal cryptographic isolation of the different modes, which is the big sell point for us with a government customer, we like I said, within our shim, we're using hardware architecture of the ARM processor that right now I don't think anyone else is using to create almost, it's a separate security layer that protects our things. So Linux can say, yeah, you can do that all at once.
Okay,
and SC Android can say, yeah, that's fine all at once. But we'll still say no. And we are in a completely separate thread, very similar to hypervisor.
Yeah, okay.
With the exception of we only let one machine run at a time.
Okay.
And so we like to call ourselves a nanovisor, but that was already taken, so I'm not allowed to say that.
So your only issue would be a security vulnerability in the processor itself that allows you to measure it. But beyond that,
I would say that absolutely nothing is unbreakable. What our big sell point is that assuming that if you're using in a classified environment, assuming that once you're out of that environment, the classified stuff remains on its own encrypted partition, you are down to brute force, breaking the encryption at that point. So,
possible.
and if you're an important person, I'm certain that there are agencies that can break your phone's mode. What we're avoiding is being able to just across the board break people.
What about like the interactive secondary operating system, like the base beam operating system? That could always be cracked.
Yep.
In theory, that's how they say can listen to a conversation and phones off.
And the cool thing there is that our architect might have done that at one time or another. And so that is something that we do keep an eye on. But there are a few aspects that we don't like to talk too much about. But yeah, we keep an eye on that door. Although it's, again, somebody is motivated enough and have the Chinese national budget behind them, they can break one. You're going to be able to break it. Nothing's invulnerable. Just got to raise the cost. So, anything else?
Sure. This is probably better for the last group, but I'm curious about the Hall sensor in a lot of these phones. Have you heard of anyone gathering data off of these Hall sensors, such as like nerve inputs, like heart rate and stuff like that, or biometric passwords using the electrical signals in your nerves?
Yeah, I haven't, but, so, this is the way this went down. My partner said, hey, this sounds like a cool conference thing, we should help and sponsor it. I said, sure. Okay, but you're talking. I said, sure. So he wrote the presentation. So as I was reading the presentation, I saw that and I thought, I got to look into this because I would like to see what I could do with it. But I have to say, at the moment, I don't know. I have measured nerve currents, and it's not easy. When I was at Aptiv, I put a multiplexed chip on Rhesus monkey's cortex and read data directly off the cortex. He was a volunteer.
Volunteer.
Yes, the monkey volunteered for that. So
he took the banana.
No. Anything else?
But he was socially engineered.
Yeah. I think we have time for maybe one more question. We've got one more presentation after this, so we're starting to wrap it up. So. Could you get his email address?
Well, I can, anybody that wants to follow up stuff, I got lots of business cards. I'll leave them up here or something. You can grab one and just give me a call. So, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that was very good. That was awesome.
You just clarified a lot of things that I thought was awesome.
I was both fascinated and terrified.
Yes.
If you weren't terrified, I should have Eric, our architect.
Yeah. I don't know if I can handle that.
Eric is very
scary.
Very
For Halloween, I'm going as security analyst.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, I can imagine there
pretty charged.
Bring up Slack on there.
I'm on this one.
I'll email it that except for this.
Okay.
Yeah, where is it?
It's up towards the line.
That we hope to head up that way.
Okay. My name's Nick.
I'm John. Good to meet you.
Actually, the best way to get into a network that has high security is to find a way to get inside of the actual facility and get into the network.
Yeah, anyway, the way around. Architect, when we were going to get a consulting contract with this one group, he went up and noticed that the bathroom looked like it had been remodeled. So he went it converted to office space. And there was a network jack, right? So you just connected, you sat on the toilet, jacked in, and like copied out a bunch of their information and went into the
Because
it showed them their information and they hired us.
most security is built around keeping people from getting in, not people from getting out. I talked to someone online who did private security, and she was involved in something.
John, you guys can come on in.
Is it how do you?
So we just
how do you?
We're sending you the invite now.
What's the fastest way?
So it should come across your Gmail account.
Everyone else is trying to find a way, and you just walk up with it. That's the way to stop someone from getting into something.
Okay. Is that it?
I just sent. You can't get to the data.
If you're interested in this, if you have a presentation, I can just go in here and do it. Or we can, right now, I sent you something early how on next broadcast, so we can just play off. So it's not really. It's just not really. I got here. I should distribute this.
I keep forgetting these. Someone wants to talk to you on Twitter. You're like, I keep hitting the jump. And it still comes through. You know you should. But I should probably, yeah. Okay, you should probably get it.
How are the teachers going to follow you guys?
So, in the intro, I just like to say our
probably not. Yeah, probably not.
Our companies.
Yeah.
That are going to take on roles and have this work. Maybe they're probably API requiring. So. I don't know. These other people, they go, and sometimes they have
they're doing the selling.
They do the support, and then they don't care about
Can you imagine how possible the number of followers you could attract? They're huge. Yeah. Just think about it. All this waste. All that time you have now, you could spend.
Yeah, you can make obnoxious tweets during the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I have just been open a meeting, so I was tweeting. I was the barbecue at John.
I tried to log into Facebook the other day. There are many problems, and I went on, but I don't know. It's denied. I got to look. It's like well over a year. It's the last time I got
Yeah.
But I was feeling guilty because I ran into a kid.
He got mad.
See all the teachers they were down and they got hit by the I didn't have power. I was like, Travis, I didn't get to experience it. But yeah, I can't log in.
I was quoting on here. I'm just saying, it sounds like the names have video games.
If you were to be the coolest hipster in your car, yes, and Twitter, yeah, same time.
Mongo on Twitter.
Yeah, you should tweet Mongo like their Twitter feeds.
Mongo
is extremely good for web scraping, so.
Yeah, non-relational.
I don't know.
Well, that's a good question.
To the Google.
To the Google.
All right, well, I will take a momentary break from my tweeting.
So, okay.
Tweeting hot streak.
Broadcast to the channel. People can get in here if they want. And we can this off.
You can tweet right from your operating system if you have
Well, yes. Blazing Saddles is a fictional character appearing in Melbourne's 1971 film. You're amazing. You tweet, I'm gonna follow you.
I have
not like a stalky kind of way. You dog tweets.
Okay.
It's probably the Internet of Things in your refrigerator.
Yep, we're going to do the last part of the evening, which is MongoDB.
How we doing? I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted.
No, instead of streams in the world with all your appliances tweeting. Imagine how annoying that's going to be on the
Sheldon Slack.
I mean, the data. Google offers
Amber Alert.
one
Right.
gig
Okay.
down plan.
Yeah, but I don't need everyone in the world being able to see that my microwave is.
Okay.
My microwave is finished.
Last presentation of the evening. Should be very good. John Santiago, you at Mongo Community Group?
Yeah, I just work with Mongo every day. This is one of the part of our stack at work. We use that on top of Node and WebSockets and other things to do real-time applications. Extremely nervous, Cactus is smaller, so just gotta go through.
We're friendly, and we like to tweet.
Use the meme stack.
Yep, that's all right. Yeah, when I first heard it, I was like, meme stack.
Yeah.
Sounds awesome. Yeah, it's like, how's it collapse that?
Yeah.
Yeah, learning all types of new acronyms. So we're actually building SaaS applications right now.
Okay.
So we use a combination of Postgres and MongoDB. So a lot of our user data is probably still on a Postgres database, as well as old data that's pretty much on like and just really old SQL databases that's not going anywhere. But we ETL that data to the MongoDB, and from DB we read that data from our client-side applications. So we just go really quick what MongoDB is. I'm sure a lot of you guys already know. It's pure awesomeness, but it has its use cases. So we still use SQL, we use MongoDB. It depends on what the project is. But basically, MongoDB is a document database. It's open source. It's very high performant, horizontally scalable. I know when I talk to guys who do SQL and I say it's document, they're like, "What is that? Let's design a schema." I'm like, "No, dude, we don't have to. Let's design a document. We'll build as we go." And basically, the document just think of it as a Python dictionary, a hash, or a plain old JavaScript object, your a POHO or something. So that's basically all it is. You kind of on the fly build your schema as you go. And I don't say schema, I always say schema list, but eventually you have to look for those keys. You can throw in as much data as you want in those keys, but in the end you still have to check to see if those keys exist or if that data is even there. But what makes Mongo really cool is that dynamic schema. It allows you to kind of suck in as much data as you want. Build a document structure and then kind of normalize as you go and then start removing things and changing things. But basically, you can use it, like I said, it's a JSON object, PHP array, Python dictionary, Ruby hash. It just keeps going and going. And maps, whatever, just basically JSON. It is an open source project, so you can probably go on GitHub if you'd like to contribute. Everything's written in C++. Actually, there's actually a link on there. You go to contributors, and I'm not sure what the process is, but just go there and check it out. It looks pretty cool. It's a little over my head, but it's pretty awesome. Yeah. Basically, MongoDB runs anywhere. Like I said before, it uses JSON. Using the document model, just basically just think of JavaScript or JSON. That's pretty much it. When we talk about shards, that's when it gets like really weird. Shards is basically you're kind of scaling across multiple machines. Just getting the same data over and over again. So it's a really deep topic to go into, but just basically it's just think of it as storing data across multiple machines and just one copy of that data and putting it on multiple servers or multiple copies on multiple machines. So here's just a full feature, this is what we just finished talking about. We do real-time aggregation, which is another aggregation framework, which is part of Mongo, which is really awesome. It has strongly consistent, flexible schema. We just talk about horizontally scalable and supports pretty much every programming language that's kind of out. I mean, usually if it's not on their site, there's probably somebody already building something that you can use. The last one I've heard that's really awesome is Go, which seems like it's getting really popular. Everyone's like, the Go driver is awesome. Like, I don't want to look at Go. We're still on Node, but it seems like Go's giving us some traction. And maybe the future of what we'll be using. But just see here really quick. Yeah, you can actually go to MongoDB, you can download it. Different versions. Windows is probably the most complex, the hardest to kind of get going. Linux and Mac OS is pretty easy. For those of you guys who use Homebrew, it's cakewalk. On Mac OS, you just kind of download Homebrew, do your basic install, kind of like you're on Debian, and you're good to go. And just run it. Run right from the terminal. Just go really quick. This is basically what it looks like. When you're in the terminal, you're basically working in JavaScript. So you kind of create your database file, create your folder where the files can be stored at. And then we can actually just start using Mongo. So I know like some people, so a lot of my friends use SQL and they see this, just like, what's going on? And basically what happens with Mongo is as soon as you say, hey, you want to start a project, you say, I'm going to use the events database. An events database gets created, and then you say, okay, I'm going to create a collection. I'm going to insert this text here. It automatically creates that for you, insert it. You don't have to worry about a schema, but then you can kind of build on that. You keep designing it and changing it. There's all types of functions. Usually, like define is basically like your select queries. It has like other methods that you can chain onto that. Pretty is just basically kind of just a way to make the syntax look nicer so when you're reading it. But it's just another function that is attached to the define method. So we'll get to kind of building an app with MongoDB. And I know a lot of people use SQL or relational databases. They're always asking me questions about, like, I start saying stuff and they're just kind of looking at me like, what are you talking about, man? But basically, saying the table is your basic collection, your row is a document. Your index is just like your primary key, it is an index. And then your joins, basically joins in Mongo, they're embedded documents. So you'll have a JSON structure, and within that JSON structure, you have another structure. So like if you have user A has multiple addresses, you may have an array of addresses, and within those addresses you have a document or another JavaScript object or JSON object. Well, with relational data, you probably have multiple tables where you say, okay, well, I'm going to have my user stuff here and his basic information. I'm going to store another table here, and then when I do my select query, I'm going to do a join so that way I can get that data. You don't have to do that with MongoDB, but you still have to kind of consider those things when you're kind of going into it, because you don't want to end up with a document or a document that's just way too huge. So you do eventually, after you start breaking down your data, you're kind of like, all right, okay, well, I should create another collection that I can then reference. Maybe this data is just too large to store in one collection. Maybe you have to break that out. So you still have to kind of consider those things, but not as much in the beginning when you're dealing with SQL. I mean, SQL, you kind of like, you really have to think before you start jumping into SQL. You don't want to have empty tables, and you just don't want to, you have to have the tables before you can insert the data. And if the tables aren't there, things are crashing. With MongoDB, you just insert the tables, and then you're worrying about it later. So you're like, well, I really don't need this data. I can kind of transform it, change it, and then learn before it gets back to somebody who actually needs to consume it. If I was just spitting out that data directly, I wouldn't have to worry about that. I can just, hey, I'm collecting tons of data, and I just want to show people all this data. I can just spit it right out. I don't have to worry about, man, I don't have that table. I'm gonna have to. Now I got to go this craziness to deal with that. No. And what's cool is since it's dynamic, you could say maybe an event or something. I know I heard earlier say you guys were talking about events, different things like that, where maybe I have an event, it's a warning, and this warning has a message, but I want to attach something to that event. I can do that on the fly. I don't have to worry about not having a table or anything there. That's what's really cool about it. It's just really dynamic. So I know in this example they were talking about building a monitoring system, which is basically just kind of events and streaming those events and updating like a chart, some type of graph, updating the plots in this chart. So basically, we generated per second intervals, metrics captured, CPU memory, I/O, and document structure for fast writes and easy reads. So we'll just look at a quick relational style. So just next one here. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Like we may, start out and we'll say, okay, well, let's really think about this. We'll spend a couple days and design a bunch of tables and a bunch of keys and the image doesn't match what we're talking about. It's just an idea of this is kind of what you kind of get into. Like me and a friend were deciding we want to build our own little search engine. We're like, yeah, this could be great. And we spent maybe 3 or 4 days building these tables, and we're just like, oh, these tables are great. And then we looked at each other like, so who's going to write the SQL? And we're just like, I'm not doing that, man. So we ended up dropping the whole thing. We're like, we're using Mongo because it's just too easy. We want to get out there. We want to do this. To show you really quick. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where you have a document. So here's my user document. I can either reference user data. So let's say in a SQL table, I may have an address table here and my user table here. With Mongo, you can do that same thing, or you can just do an embedded document where I really don't care. It's text. The data's going to come through. It's there. I don't have to worry about doing a join or get anything. I can just combine them into one, or if I really want to, I can reference them and use an object ID hash, as my index. And then I would have to run another query when it came in, but it's still a lot easier than have to worry about joins. It's just simple. And then if anything changes within here, if later down the line I say, well, user A now maybe he has a mobile phone instead of a phone, I can just add it on the fly. I don't have to worry about it. I mean, in the end, you still have to check it. So any time you start adding stuff, even though it's schemaless, it really is, you still have to check to make sure that data exists before you can actually query it. So yeah, you can insert it in there and you can pump it out and you can send it back and forth, but you still have to make sure, hey, does that data exist? Somewhere down the line, is it there? Do we have that? But if you were just pumping the data down and just looking at it, you would never have to. Just throw it in there and go. It's basically the same thing, just go back to the events, track the timestamp, an array for CPU, array of memory, an array for the I/O. Here, we basically, as soon as we say we're going to use the database, it'll create the database for us. So if I need to use monitoring, DB monitoring, we're already in that database, which now it's ready to go. It exists. I can start creating my events. So Mongo has like a built-in type for dates. So it takes an ISO date. You can actually use that to then say, let me get a date greater than or less than. And as you see, we're just using arrays, basic data types, to capture the CPU, the memory, and the I/O. And we just insert it. So it's basically just like your insert statement, just chained together. So we just grab DB, which is just referencing the database itself, and then events is the collection. So as soon as we say, hey, I want this event, that on the fly will create the events collection, which stores all your documents. So Mongo is kind of like it's in between a key value and relational. So you kind of have both the best worlds. So basically, we just insert that document as is, and that's what we get pumped out. So Mongo takes care of one ID hash for us. So basically, you kind of get a freebie. So you say, okay, instead of having to declare a primary key, you get the ID and you get a really cool unique hash. So now that's great. But what's also cool is that now I can actually go back and make my CPU an index. Anything here, I can pretty much index and say, hey, I want to use memory as an index. Now when I run my queries, I can make them faster, or I can just optimize them to what I need them to do by just declaring an index for these documents. But you get a freebie, which is ID, which it uses to index these objects. Yeah, you build an application, someone's pumping something away, we're pushing these events to the database, and then obviously we'll probably display them or send them out. So it's just a cool little graphic. So Yeah, you can. I was playing with this last week, but you can actually stream your queries right back to the client. So what I was doing was just playing with high charts and just kind of streaming the plots right to it and updating it with Angular or something. Just being a two-way bind just to see the stuff kind of like go up and down. But yeah, you can just send it right to JavaScript and it just reads it just like a normal object. You don't have to do any transforms or any in between. You just send it right to it, just regular RESTful call. Here's an example of getting a date. So you can see we're using special methods. Basically, Mongo has built-in special methods that you can use to query things. So you can actually, you still have your where and your ors and certain methods like that you can use, but this guy's just greater than or equal to or less than whatever the date. And then we can sort it here where 0 or 1 is just your true or false value. So that'll return all your documents within those dates. This is the aggregate framework. I think this is probably the most coolest thing about Mongo. The aggregate basically, it runs through and performs all these tasks. So what's really cool about it is basically each task returns a new array and then it falls through and keeps chaining until you get your result back. So you can actually change the document on the fly. You can say, hey, give me a date that's greater than or less than, and returns the value. Then I can say, hey, I'm going to project that data. I'm going to change it or transform it into something more useful, something that I need. And I say, okay, well, I just need the CPU. And I can unwind it, basically unwrap the data, and I can then zip it back up and group it by a different key. So basically, you can do really cool stuff with the aggregate framework. You can play with tons of data and mess with it, and it's just probably one of the coolest features that I've used in MongoDB. And I still haven't been able to like really do more with it, but there's a lot you can do. But this is just really basic setup here. Let me see. Yeah, I wrote something down. Yeah, the projection is what I was thinking about the most, was this here. Just being able to transform the data on the fly. So not having to query the data and then transform it and then send it to the client, I can just query the data and transform it at the same time. And if I have to look for something within that data, I can. You know, I don't know if you use functions like zip or trying to think of all these like different. It's kind of like using Haskell within this framework. It just is that basic same concept. You're kind of just chaining, you're returning something back each time and just passing it through these other functions. Replica sets and sharding, just other features that Mongo provides. And sharding and replica sets are really deep. Like, definitely recommend looking into it if you're dealing with really large amounts of data. I personally have not done anything with replica sets or sharding, but from what I understand, it's just really if you're dealing with large amounts of data, if you're just running out of memory, then you probably should consider sharding. So I personally haven't done anything large enough to experiment with it, but. So like I mentioned before, Mongo has multiple drivers, and you'll probably find tons of open source drivers for languages that you may have not thought do have drivers. So some of the languages here. You can see the Haskell, Perl, C++. I mentioned Go. Go is one of the big ones I keep hearing about. Erlang is another one. Scala, which seems like is Scala, Clojure, all those functional languages that people are really excited about. And of course, your old school guys, the C, PHP, Ruby, Java, yeah, they're for everything. If it's not on here, somebody out there has already created one. Just gotta look. Basically tons of languages, tons of drivers. So one thing I kind of did, I took is the Mongo University classes. They're basically just free classes you kind of jump into and take as you go and just try it out. What's cool is you do get certification. They actually track you and you take homework assignments and do the classes and all that stuff. It's kind of fun. But they go more into detail about a lot more features that Mongo has, which is pretty cool. I'm sorry if I was jumping. Yeah, but if you guys have any questions, just, you know.
So what is the difference when you show the aggregated stuff than like the MongoDB supports something like MapReduce natively?
Yeah, it's not
how the same thing, right?
What it says like MapReduce. It's not like MapReduce. I actually had a note about that too, and I just lost it. Yeah, the aggregation framework.
Is the MapReduce for like a sharded system?
See, I don't know much about the sharding, so I can't say. But no, the aggregate framework is something basically calculating the value without having to use the MapReduce. Yeah, I don't know how to answer it. I remember I wrote it down and I just did not copy it back here. But yeah, I have to look into it before I can give you a straight answer. I'm sorry.
You do anything with the, because I swear I saw this once where they were doing a lot of like geospatial analysis in Mongo.
Yeah, that's really cool. Like you could do, you can actually query locations and do like 2D spheres, and there is special features specifically for geospatial queries, which is awesome. I mean, I haven't got to play with them, but yeah, you can. You can do geospatial queries. You just have to. I think they're 2D. I don't know if they have 3D, but I know specifically 2D geospatial queries they have.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's pretty awesome. Like, it's just really cool stuff I haven't gotten to play with, but they do. It is there. It's something I've seen them present. I just haven't seen a lot of people using it. Which is kind of cool, but. Right now, I just build basic applications. So right now, we're using it for ETL data to MongoDB, and then right now, I communicate directly with Mongo. So basically, I'm building a real-time application where basically a concrete truck would say, I got to get to this site, and I have this formula or whatever it is, and they have to get there so much time. We basically track the locations they have to get to. So if, let's say truck A has to be at location Z, and he has to go so far, they may want to say, well, you know what, truck A, go to location B first, get your product there, get the forms. They then calculate the formula and get all the information and say, okay, on that site, you have so much product, so now truck B is going to get there. We have to calculate that product now. Now you got to place an order because you're going to be kind of low, and we basically just monitor that and say, okay, just kind of help those people manage that process so they can say, hey, we're really kind of low. I don't want to deal with all that math. Hit the button, tell me when I can do my order. So the application just shows them in real time what the location kind of has as far as materials and the products, and they can see that and just visualize. We use all Mongo for that. But basically, all that data comes from a bunch of different SQL databases and then gets combined and transformed, and then we transform it again, and then we store it in a Mongo database. The Mongo database is just kind of like it sits there, and all these events are firing from different systems and different environments and ecosystems. Everything's getting gathered and transformed and pushed into Mongo, and that's where we read it and display it on the screen to the user.
Do you recommend storing binary objects in it, like images?
No. There's actually GridFS, which actually is made specifically for that. But no, Mongo can only store maybe, I think, the max 16 megs per document. And that's what I was saying. Like people kind of jump in and they're like, oh, I'm going to store everything in this document. Well, that's cool, but you still got to think. And you're like, well, schemaless. Well, no, you still got to check. There's little things you got to do, but if a document gets too large, then you got to now all of a sudden you have to start breaking it up. So you still kind of got to be worried. You can't just go full throttle and say, schemaless, let's just throw everything in there. We're good to go. No, I can't do that. You still got to think about it and just kind of, okay, we may have to break that out in the future. Let's watch that. Or so that's why I say me and my friend we spent days building SQL tables and looking at them, and we went into Mongo, but we still structured Mongo in a way kind of like we structured the SQL, because we were still worried that, but what if we had all this data? What happens then? Like, what if these documents get out of control? We don't want deal with that later. We have to start all over. We're gonna have to scratch it. So we still kind of thought about, okay, you're gonna have a collection for this, collection for that, collection for this, fine. And what's cool is with Mongo, because everything has an ID, a unique identifier, you could reference those tables on the fly. So you say, hey, I'm going to use this index. I want to reference that. You can still reference these things. You can still have that same thought process of a primary key referencing another, and still perform these queries. These queries run so fast. It's awesome. I mean, so you could run multiple queries and still be faster than running a SQL join. So it's actually really cool. It's you just got to play with it and change the design. Really, it seems like the front end is kind of determining the way to design Mongo. You structure design for the back end. So yeah, I guess it all depends. I mean, it is really cool. And there's a lot of little things you can do and play with. There's also with referencing, with IDs, you can also do DB refs. So you can actually reference a collection. Say, hey, I want you to reference this collection. I want you to reference this ID. I want to get this data back. And for something maybe like a product where you have TVs, shirts, this, and you may have tons of all this data, and you're saying, well, I want to reference electronics. Give me the reference of electronics of type this, and then pull all that data, and so you can do a lot of really cool stuff with it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool, and it has this use case. I mean, even now, I'm still. Should I put all my user data in that Mongo database? Do I want to? Yeah, maybe. I may just leave it in Postgres and do a lot of really cool stuff with Mongo. I mean, it's still very young, but it's really awesome. So, I mean, we're using it in production, and we haven't had any problems with it. So, it's actually really cool.
Do you know if there's I seem to recall doing something with it where we had I think we might have had server-side schema, like we couldn't insert certain documents unless they met certain criteria, but that might have been our driver. I'm not sure. Do you know if it supports server-side checking of the document? Okay.
I'm not sure I understand what happened.
So, like, you're going to insert a document, and you just say that the document should have fields A, B, and C, and you try and insert it, and it has like D, right? So not one of the ones that have been described. So maybe you mark the field. Do you know if it supports anything for required fields? Like, so you can guarantee that all documents would have that field?
No, I mean,
okay.
I personally don't know because they're dynamic. So you can insert, whatever you insert in that collection gets inserted. So if I do A, B, C, and I insert into the events collection, A, B, and C is there. But if I insert A in the collection, the events collection, it's just A. So I probably have to run a check before I even do the inserts, make sure that I have that. But because that's where you'd have to say, well, do I want a strict schema type where the relational SQL would be better for, or do I want to use Mongo where it doesn't fit? It depends on the project. Maybe you need SQL, you need that structure, and you want it there, but maybe the project doesn't work with it, so you might use something like MongoDB. And I see stuff where I think I was reading like certain companies use it because their data is always changing. So it's like they have data that's coming in, and they just want to stuff it in there, and they just want to get it to where it's got to go. So it works for them. So that's where that's where I kind of like, well, when I look at it, I'm like, well, do you need it? Do you don't need it? It's always that balance, but yeah, it has its use cases. Yeah, that's one of the things I always think about too. It's like, well, man, it's not. What happens if we add something in there? You still have to check though. When you're kind of shooting that data back to the client, you're gonna show it, or you're gonna like check to see if those values are there. You still got to check it. So there's still some thought of there is a schema. So there's schema there, but it's different.
So overall, it's kind of like, so depending on what you want to do, if you want it to be flexible or having kind of a mushy border of where your data can go, you're better off using something like Mongo. But if you want something, if you know the data is going to be pretty strict, you'd be better off with something not quite as flexible.
Well, you can use Mongo for, it's just running, you're going to have to run your checks anyway, so you're still going to have to check to make sure the data exists. But the SQL is just really strict. You're going to have those tables there. So like if you know for sure that you're going to insert that data and you're never going to insert anything more than that data, then you're good. And you're just like, hey, I'm always going to insert a t-shirt color and t-shirt size and a t-shirt brand. But as soon as I say, well, I want to insert that stuff plus I want to insert male, female, this, and I also want to insert this, then you run into a problem with SQL, because now you gotta create those tables, and then you have to shift and do whatever you have to do with it. But Mongo doesn't care. It's just like, oh, cool, you got more data from me, great. You know, but I still have to make sure when I pull that data, when I run my query, and I say, hey, I need this data, I'm still gonna have to check. I'm still gonna have to make sure that that data does exist. Because, all right, that's great. I know that there's shirt color size, but I still have to make sure that, okay, this extra data is there. You know, with SQL, I know for sure because tables are there. So I mean, it depends on the project.